Who am I talking to? Wow. Hi, John. But I can't hear him, so I just talk to him like one way. Like, no, I can't.
Can you not hear me?
Okay.
1 2 1 2 testing testing.
Hi, John. We can hear you. We just can't see you right
okay.
now, but we can hear you.
It's coming up.
Okay, there you are.
Hi.
We're just waiting for people to come in.
All right. So far, there's no one online that I can see, right? There's the clock. There's a captioner, and all the others are just host or co-hosts. It's a bit early. It's fine.
All right.
How's my mic level?
Yeah, it sounds good.
All right, perfect.
Hi everyone, so it's 9 minutes, but it looks like the participants are getting a rather late start today, so we'll hang on for another maybe 4 minutes or so, because this is designed to be a workshop. And we're hoping that more people can join, but it is an early session, so we'll just wait to see for a few minutes more. Yes, do we have online participants? 10.
We do.
All
I
right.
see at least 2 or 3 of them.
Okay, thank you, John. All right, welcome to those joining us remotely. We'll be started in a bit.
Welcome to APrIGF 2024. All sessions are being recorded and transcribed for APrIGF records and will be made publicly available. All participants are reminded to follow the code of the conduct.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm Neeti Biani, and I work with the Internet Society, and I'm very glad to be with all of you joining us here in Taipei, as well as everyone who's joining us online. I am Senior Advisor, Policy and Advocacy, and one of the issues that I work on is Internet fragmentation, and trying to advocate to uphold the open global Internet and to defend it against fragmentation threats. So the way that we have designed this workshop is basically to give you an overview of what fragmentation is, the sort of like tools we may employ to resist internet fragmentation, and how you can advocate wherever you are with whatever resources you have, however much time you have, to be able to defend the internet so that it remains open and global and trustworthy. So I just wanted to give you an overview of how the Internet Society and a lot of our partners are sort of thinking about internet fragmentation. We think that fragmentation, ultimately, when we think about it at the networking layer of the internet, if I can sort of think about it in layers, is the splintering or the isolation of networks. So they look more like islands rather than interconnected networks, right? And these islands have different standards and different protocols, and they're sort of unable to speak to each other so easily. So if you imagine, if I am in Taipei and I want to speak to my friends back home in India, I will probably not be able to do that so seamlessly as to just pick up my phone and call them on, you know, VoIP or do like a FaceTime or a Zoom call with them or whatever. But it'll require me to jump through hoops and sort of try to have the same experience. So fragmentation, ultimately what it does is it sort of splinters the experience of, you know, the internet as we know it, the seamlessness and the efficiency with which we're used to approaching the internet, and to sort of like have it yield results to us in real time. So what the Internet Society has also done is to come up with, you know, an explainer of what fragmentation is, and we've tried to sort of you know, include definitions of what fragmentation is. We've tried to include the sort of threats facing the internet. So, you know, you have categories of threats, you have types of threats, you have the different ways in which the internet may fragment, and you have real-world policy examples of stuff that's either been implemented or is being proposed, and how it may fragment the internet. So what we propose today is that we take all of you who are joining us in person as well as online, and we break you up into groups, and we're going to give you a very short case study, and we're going to ask you how you would advocate. And my colleagues and I are here to help you through that process. So I think we have about 20 minutes to break you up into groups, to have you brainstorm about how we'd advocate, what is the sort of audience we want to talk to, and how we do that. And finally, you know, like if we want to be successful in our advocacy, what are the sort of like strategies we employ, what are the sort of tactics we employ, etc. So if that sounds okay, John, I just wanted to say hi to you online. So if you can sort of
Hello.
so if you can sort of moderate your group online, we can do the same for our group here. So maybe we can divide people up into 2 groups, if that's all right. And John, we'll take the next 20 minutes, so until 9:30 Taipei time to do this. 9:35 maybe.
Roger that.
Okay, so if it's not a problem, can folks come over to maybe this part of the room, and we can divide you up into 2 groups.
Neti, I have a question.
Yes, please.
Will the operator move us into a breakout room inside Zoom, or do we remain here in the same connection?
Online is 1 group, John, so you remain there. And we can we can mute you, so we can't hear you until 9:35. If that's
yeah, correct. Because otherwise, you're going to be hearing everything we are. It's going to be noise for you.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. So can I ask the logistics support to sort of mute the online group so we can't hear them and they can't hear us until 9:35? Okay. So we have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10.
All right.
13.
Who is? Let me see.
Sorry, can we also please mute John so that we can't hear him? Okay, thank you. So I think we can divide this group from here, and we can have this group here. Okay, so can you like, you know, form a group, make a circle, whatever works for you. And one of us will be with you with a case study. And this group here, so this is your case study. join that group, smaller. Yeah, we're doing this in breakout. I am so sorry. Hi, everyone. Sorry?
No, Singapore, nothing. Who has opened the mic?
Hey, John. Can you hear us?
We're back.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. One more minute. So I'm so sorry to interrupt all of these great conversations, both here in Taipei as well as online, but we do need to wrap up. So
We're good here.
Okay. So John, do you think you and your group could go first and talk about, everything you've decided on your advocacy strategy, etc.?
Definitely. Should I present a little bit our use case scenario first? Briefly?
Very briefly, please. We have about 5 minutes for you.
Yes, definitely. Okay, so our case scenario was South Korea, in which there's been regulation passed to make service providers pay for the amount of consumption of bandwidth, essentially, that they would do, which has created an asymmetry between big service providers who have been able to avoid that tax by sending the service outside of the territory, which has affected negatively the user, and that has a trickle effect that has affected negatively the user experience in South Korea. And so asking to the online participation, we looked into what would be the main impacts, and there's been comments on, for instance, the use of Twitch and being forced to find alternative platforms, causing digital divide. And obviously, this is a situation that is very akin to an impact on net neutrality. There is also been concerns raised on being charged international rates for usage of services, or being double charged by having to cover not only the national segment, but also the international segment to potentially reach those service providers that have service abroad. When looking into the target audience as to who would you talk to in order to avoid this from happening, we contextualize this in each of one of their territories, in each one of the jurisdiction of the speakers, of the participants. In the case of Singapore, the suggestion was to talk to the local county representatives, the local senate, who are well defined. So there is a very clear contact points to whom people can talk to. Passing the message would be doable as estimated. However, moving the needle would be a hard thing to do. In the case of Samoa, the approach would be different by promoting it to the community and then have them talk to the parliamentarians about the issue and attempt to influence the Ministry of Communications and the regulator to launch a consultation. And there is a strong conviction that the consultation could be achieved. And a third participant, Siti, made a comment on her directly approaching the service providers as a consumer. In the case of who would be the allies, for Singapore, the thinking is to reach out to international partners. That would be ICANN, ISOC, and so forth. I today learned the term I-STAR, thanks for that, which basically involves all the I don't know how to say in English, STAR organizations. CETA would be the one doing itself the work in collaboration with the Chamber of Commerce. And in terms of what would be a measure of success, because we avoided the previous question because it was pretty much answered from previous questions. In the case of Singapore, the success would be basically to achieve that the policy is not enacted, and if anything, to make it so that the cost would be as low as possible, even though we discussed the possibility of those costs increasing over time. For Samoa, it would be a measurement of market penetration as well as adoption trends. And Siti did mention that for her, the success would be to measure reduce downtime and achieve as high internet speed as possible.
Okay, thank you so much. That was great and very, very comprehensive. Can we go to the India shutdown group next? If someone wants to volunteer, maybe? Felipe? Maybe do you want to describe the problem, and then you can do it from right here, or you can come up front, whatever you prefer.
So our group discussed the internet shutdown in India. We start by bringing up a little bit about the situation, mentioning the 84 internet shutdown that happened in 2022 and how it has affected the lives of people, business, and the democratic situation in the country in general. So, and as per the first question on what are the main impacts of the policy or the decision on internet and people, we begin by mentioning to raise up or to highlight the impacts that resonates better with policymakers, especially mentioning the impacts on business, on how like local business can be impacted by the shutdown on internet, but also we mention on how that impact can affect democracy in itself with like elections that we had in India, but also we mention marginalized groups, women, or the people that relies on the internet or that are more affected directly when the internet is shut down. And second, when we talked about our targeted audience, we again mentioned those groups that are primarily impacted by the internet shutdowns. Again, we mentioned how it's important to map like business leaders who will be impacted by the decision that will be later able to influence decision makers, but also the same groups like that was impacted by the shutdowns as the ones that we later would be able to congregate them and then to mobilize them to act before decision makers, the international forum, and the community within itself in order to mobilize the strategy. When it comes to the partners and allies and who lends powers to us, the first thing that we mentioned was the media. So we raised the media as an important player, as a target, as a partner ally, because it's able to raise like those questions and make it public and be able to discuss it. And also academia as a player for raising like measures or raising like data on like how this exactly impacting the lives of the citizens. And also we mentioned economic partners like foreign countries who has like economic ties with the country and how it would impact as well these partners and how we can engage with them like later on in order to raise our advocacy strategies. And finally, some decision makers in itself might be partner or allies in order like to be able to move forward with the strategy. But we also mentioned that those partners and allies might change depending on the context. So like in India, it's a huge country, and depending on the region that is happening, mainly the shutdowns might change our partners and allies. So we raised that it's important to be aware of the diversity of the allies and partners in order to better comprehend the strategy. And we also, it's not a question here, but it was raised in our group that is also important to understand not necessarily who is the enemies, but like who are the ones who are is not favored by the advocacy strategy that we are looking for. It's also important to map those groups in order to seek like common interests or how to better approach. So it was also something that was mentioning. So I'm moving forward on how best can we advocate to impact change. The first thing that we mentioned was like the first strategy was actually like spreading the word, like make people know what's going on and how exactly this is impacting their lives. But also we mentioned like that's important to empower citizens for them to be able to know how they can impact or how they can act on that matter, how exactly it's like the bureaucracy or how like their allies and their community, how they can engage with those actors in order to make their voices be heard. We also mentioned like international platforms that can be important for, like since it's like normally and can happen like at a state level, and there's like big important groups that are interested on the shutdowns. We was mentioned that international mobilization might be interesting, like trying to see if other countries is suffering from the same problems on issues and align with them in the international forum to bring up and to raise the attention for what is going on in order to move forward with the strategies. But also we mentioned that it's important to like do campaigns and to mobilize like the community itself. So if people had their internet like shutting down, sometimes people get very creative because they have their social needs, they have like their community. So it's important to raise like campaigns of people to seek like a different strategy within that community itself. And finally, on the measures of how to measure the success of these policies, we mentioned directly like the number of shutdowns or how like the shutdowns can be impacted, but also like the mentions on the press, how the parliament is handling or how the decision maker, like the democratic arenas are handling the situation. It was basically, did I forget to mention anything you want to raise up? No? So yeah, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Felipe, and thank you to the group which discussed the India shutdowns. Can we go to the final group now, where you discuss the Canada Online News Act? And if we could take 5 minutes, please, because we do need to wrap up before 10 a.m.
So our case study was titled "Who Loses When Platforms Don't Show News to Canadian Users?" And a bit of a background is that a law in Canada means people can't access news on some major online platforms, simply making people less connected and less safe. And one of the main impacts was that there were forest fires and people couldn't access news sources and get the latest information regarding them. So when we were talking about the main impacts, we were saying that licensing mechanisms, the current ones, are inefficient, and they lead to people having to go out of Meta or Facebook to get info or news. And we were saying that this can make the fact-checking process less convenient for social media users or users of the platform. And in terms of target audience, we were saying that it's mainly users once again, and news organizations, regulators, lawmakers, big tech, and of course Meta, because these were the main actors in our case study. And in terms of partners and allies, again, since this case study was a law, we were saying that government and parliament should play a big role in this, as well as ISOC and other civil societies. And we were talking about how some of this problem stems from a lack of digital literacy. So therefore, we would like to see schools have more inclusive programs that can create a positive change for the younger generation. And also, we were talking about some traditional ways, such as churches or bingo for the older generation to learn about how they can use these platforms more consciously, so that they can find alternatives if in an event such as this one, emergencies, they can always revert to other sources to get the information from. And yeah, we were also talking about maybe the usage of traditional or trusted news outlets such as online, sorry, not online, but print, TV, and radio. And how we would advocate for change is, again, coming back to digital literacy, which is teaching users how to actually use the internet and not just consume it, but actually know what you're consuming. And also make licensing more streamlined, similar to how music copyright was done back in the day. And again, we were talking about how, although we see that internet is our entire world, it isn't actually. So we do have other sources or means of getting this information, such as SMS, traditional news. And for measures of success, again, I think we would just reflect on seeing how everyone can learn in terms of digital literacy again, so that they know that internet, again, isn't your whole world. Like, you have other ways of getting news, and like, if you don't have internet, it doesn't mean you'll stay at home and like you won't get any information. So yeah, basically that's what we discussed about.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I hope that, like over the past half an hour, 35 minutes, what we've been able to do is just sort of present a very micro example of how each of us can sort of be an advocate for change. We can use the various media and strategy options open to us to be able to just add that one voice to the collective, to be able to advocate for whatever impact we're seeking. The reason we wanted to do this exercise the way that we wanted to is, so that we could actually understand what a particular policy or decision can do to the internet, strategize on how we can best join hands to sort of advocate against it, act, and then do it together. So internally, we call this the FAST model of advocacy, where we flag, analyze, strategize, and then act together. So I'd encourage each of you to sort of maybe think about this framework, the next time that we have some advocacy at hand, because in the past, what we've seen with our own experiences is that this has worked very, very well, when we put like the FAST advocacy strategy to work. I'd just like to sort of also ask maybe our partners if you wanted to say a few words in conclusion. No? Noel? Anything to add? Yes. And also, John, if you want to add something online, you can, please.
Thank you for participating in our session, but I would just like to highlight what I learned, or at least appreciated a while ago, it was mentioned by one of our participants that we should not only identify who our partners are, but we need to identify people who are against the things that we're advocating for, because it is only the way, it's one of the ways wherein we can think about different ways we can look for commonalities, strategies that can effectively affect them and sway them to our side if we really want to advocate for change. So thank you, everyone.
John, anything to add just before we close?
No, I just wanted to thank all the remote participants for their answers and for their participation. It was a great breakout. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you. And in closing, I just want to very quickly use the last 30 seconds that I have to say a huge, huge thank you to each one of you. We're stronger together, and I'm so glad that I had this opportunity to run this workshop with you. I hope to see you all around soon, and if at all you ever want to advocate for change, please do think of us. Noel and I can help you with our contacts, and we'd be very happy to support your efforts wherever you are in whatever capacity we can. So we'll see you around, and let's go champion the internet. Thank you.
Hello, hello, we. Hello, everybody. No, just test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A, B, C.
Thank you so much, everyone, for coming to these sessions. We'll be starting in the next 1 minute, so you can situate it yourself, and we'll begin the discussions in 1 minute. Thank you. Good day. Welcome to the multi-stakeholders approach to safeguarding information integrity through advancing internet governance in Asia and the Pacific. It's a long title, but I'm glad that you take your time to join us today in the Asia Pacific Regional IGF Forum. In the coming 1 hour, we will discuss about what is the trends of information disintegrity in Asia, as well as some of the governance models that can be utilized or even uphold to address the disinformations in our regions. And this session is co-organized by Wikimedia Foundation and Article 19. Towards the end of these sessions, there will be opportunity for interactions for online participants as well as the offline participants. So there are 2 microphones here, and you can utilize that microphones for raising any feedback, questions, or comments. Without further ado, I would like to share about who we are in this panel and also starting this panel. So, my name is Rachel Judistari. I'm from Wikimedia Foundations. We are a nonprofit that manage Wikipedia, and I'm delighted to be joined by 2 of our volunteers and leaders here. And also we have Michael Castor, the Asia Manager for Article 19. Soon, Dr. Lin from the Ministry of Digital Agency Taiwan will hopefully join us. And also we have an online speakers, Dr. Fitriani from Australia. So as a context, this year is the mega elections year, and it's like more than 2 billion of people is going to the poll this year. Internet provide us with many opportunities for advancing the elections informations so that voters can make an informed decisions. And some of them also realize the informations in Wikipedia page during the elections. However, the rapid development of AI also allowing some synthetic disinformation's content online. And these affecting the integrity of the elections itself and also our human rights online. With that, we learned from the previous sessions in APrIGF that we need to have a multi-stakeholder approach to advance our internet governance to ensure the information's integrity. However, uniformity would not be flourished given the diversity of our regions. We need to have a variety of models for internet governance with some sort of standards adherence to human rights online that can be useful if we want to use the whole society approach. And these sessions will talk more about that. With that, I would like to introduce our first panel, Michael Castor. As I've shared earlier, he is the Asia Digital Program Manager at Article 19, while he oversees internet freedom projects in Indo-Pacific and those relating to global China programming, with more than a decade of experience on the issues of technology and human rights across the regions. He is currently focused on China. He also holds a MA in international law from Fletcher School of Law at Tufts University and also University of Utrecht. And Michael will tell us about what are the regional trends and on information integrity and some of the internet governance struggles and also lesson learned that we can utilize to address information integrity in the region. So with that, Michael, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Rachel, and also it's a pleasure to be here with my fellow panelists. So to begin our conversation on information integrity, I'd like to start by noting that while some of the threats to information integrity are defined under international law, such as the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights at Article 20, prohibition on the propaganda for war, others aren't so neatly defined in human rights law, such as disinformation. So this does create some complications, but it doesn't mean that human rights law doesn't offer the framework we should use in guiding our research and policy advocacy or shaping internet governance models for addressing such threats and in strengthening internet governance models for protecting information integrity. Human rights law certainly does. But before touching upon this point or this argument for a rights-based approach, I'd like to dwell a moment on China as the prevailing regional purveyor of information threats. Although it's important to also give some recognition to Russia and Iran, which complete the trio of global information integrity predators. So in light of China's role, I'd also like to then close with noting some of the challenges that this poses regionally for, as the session title points to, developing a truly regional multi-stakeholder approach to information integrity. And then finally, revisit the plea for a rights-based approach. So in its latest digital defense report, Microsoft found that, quote, China continues to improve its influence campaigns, operating at a scale unmatched by other malign influence actors. Chinese affiliated covert propaganda campaigns deploy thousands of accounts across dozens of websites, spreading memes, videos, and articles in multiple languages, unquote. So this includes the use of real human influencers, sock puppet accounts, AI-driven bots. Meta's adversarial threat reports have also pointed to evolving strategies and sophistication used by China-backed actors to assault information integrity on its platforms, often around elections in the region and globally. So this has been achieved through a combination of accounts driven by different state and party actors, through diplomats, Chinese diplomats using the same foreign social media platforms that are in fact banned in China, and the use of outsourced troll farms, which is an evolving tactic that China's been copying from other authoritarian state actors, and of course, AI-driven operations. Also, a recent report by Citizen Lab found a network of over 100 websites operated from within China, posing as local news outlets in at least 30 countries around Europe, Latin America, and Asia that were engaged also in pushing disinformation operations. And in the same Microsoft report that I mentioned, they've also pointed to the use, or the push by China Radio International and other Chinese state media outlets of spreading this information manipulation operations in local languages around the world, and particularly critical to our discussion here, non-Chinese Asian languages such as Hindi, Sinhala, Pashto, Lao, Korean, Malay, and Vietnamese were the largest language groups used in these masquerading as local news outlets pushing Chinese information manipulation operations. And in particular, this has dealt with issues on the South China Sea, but narratives around Taiwan. So earlier this year, in January, Taiwan voted in presidential elections that were bombarded by coordinated information manipulation operations originating in China. Article 19, our partners in Taiwan and others were monitoring this quite closely. For example, inauthentic behavior spanning hundreds of Facebook profiles, cross-platform amplification of Beijing-backed disinformation from TikTok and YouTube, among others, and deepfakes and other AI-generated content were rampant. China has a history of foreign information manipulation and influence operations targeting Taiwan, from economic and political or diplomatic pressure to cyber, cognitive warfare, and others. In fact, the most recent data set by the Varieties of Democracy project at the University of Gothenburg in Sweden, which analyzes government manipulation of social media and disinformation among 202 countries from 2000 to 2021, showed that Taiwan was the country single most targeted globally by foreign disinformation operations. And China has not only engaged in information manipulation operations targeting Taiwan, it's also sought to intimidate and prevent information integrity operations, especially those that would relate to Taiwan or Taiwan's place in resisting information threats. In June, for example, recently, the Chinese Supreme People's Court, Procuratorate, Ministries of Public Security and State Security and Justice issued alarming new opinions under the 2005 anti-secession law, which basically threatened a maximum penalty of life imprisonment for vaguely defined activities in support, quote, of Taiwan independence. The vagueness and overbroadness of these orders are essentially seeking to terrorize, to intimidate, silence, particularly of the type of information integrity operations that would be tracking, monitoring, and responding to political or historical anachronisms and other information threats targeting Taiwan from China. And so in working towards my closing, I promise, I would argue that one serious impediment to forming authentic regional and global multi-stakeholderism in internet governance and dealing with information integrity is the ongoing isolation of Taiwan at multilateral and government fora under pressure from Beijing. So for example, Taiwan is not recognized by the UN and therefore unable to formally participate in the global IGF. Its citizens' passports do not allow them entry into UN premises, which severely complicates the integration of Taiwan into regional and global multi-stakeholder fora. It's great that APrIGF is happening in Taiwan this year, of course, but to see greater regional coordination and understanding the tools and tactics of information threats, which Taiwan very well understands, has developed a robust infrastructure for monitoring and responding to build more robust and collaborative multi-stakeholder models for information integrity in Asia Pacific. We need to push for greater inclusion of Taiwan at these events. Full stop, and I hope that all of us leave this week with at least this concrete recommendation to our respective stakeholder communities or in future policy proposals to promote greater regional and global partnership for Taiwan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. Let's give a round of applause. I think this is one of the subject that participants here has been waiting all week, and then you've really emphasized, the systematic ways of how some state and non-state actors use propaganda by artificial intelligence tools for distributing misinformation that severely not only affecting election but also geopolitical tensions in our regions. And because of that, later we will be able to hear from Wikimedia Taiwan as well, because while we are talking about authentic multi-stakeholder engagement, we're not only talking about government of Taiwan, but also how people of Taiwan can also put forward their framing and also positions in online content. While we are waiting for Dr. Lin to talk more about the reflections from government of Thailand, I'll go to our online speaker, Dr. Fitriani. Dr. Fitriani is a senior analyst from Australia's Strategic Policy Institute and also a research consultant for Saver Internet Lab, which is an initiative by the Center for Strategic and International Studies and Google. Her work focused on cyber and information security, emerging technology, and hybrid threats in the Indo-Pacific. And Fitri, we really want to get your insight on what are some of the multi-stakeholders internet governance that you spotted in the regions, and what are some of the models that we can uplift or perhaps improve towards achieving information integrity in Asia and the Pacific.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, Wiki Foundation, for organizing the panel. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. I was in Taipei last week for Information Operation Roundtable, which we discussed in depth on how the disinformation and misinformation information operation actually occurring in the Indo-Pacific, and we actually need the role of multi-stakeholder to do the fact-checking and enhancing information integrity. So let me begin that in the era where the digital space increasingly shapes our life, the governance of the internet must be both inclusive and adaptable to the region's diverse social, political, and cultural landscape. Through the multi-stakeholder approach, which involve government, private sector, civil society, technical communities, experts, analysts, and others, it offers pathway to uphold information integrity, as perhaps was also done with the Wiki model. So I would bid for the information integrity through multi-stakeholder pathway to respect the uniqueness of each community in the Asia Pacific. Having only one name, Fitriani, I've suffered the not only physical offline but online registration that is following the Western system that needs to at least 2 names to register anywhere. And it troubled me, but this talk is beyond me, because in the Asia Pacific, there are diversity in terms of language, culture, political system, and the level of technological development, which also bring us to the difference in governance model, decision making that is shared among the government, business, civil society organization, academic, technical people as well. And this is, I think, APrIGF is one of the way that we need to find the voice of these different communities across Asia. And we know sometimes in the space of information integrity, those information can be corrupted, or some of them can be silenced, the minorities, both because of their identity, their religion, their language, as mentioned before, or because of their passport as well. And I think the multi-stakeholders methods can be put forward to ensure how not only we take notice of the technological solution, but having an inclusive government framework to consider the local context realities and the cultural condition that is available in the real world can be engaged through multi-stakeholder engagement. And I will bring the example of, because I speak on behalf of ASPI, Australia and Indonesia, I'll give example from the region in Australia and Indo-Pacific. In Australia, there is a model of e-safety commissioner, where it's a collaborative online environment where the commissioner works with technology company, law enforcement, civil society, as well as government and whole, to address online safety. And one of the flagship of this is the e-safety woman program, which supports women facing online abuses. This e-safety methods allow targeted intervention to address specific community needs. In Australia, there is there's Indigenous women, there's migrant women as well, that comes with different background, and they are targeted with a different facing of online abuse. And this Australian multi-stakeholder model encourages technologies companies to take responsibility of content and support civil society effort to educate and empower users. The second model that I put forward is Indonesia multi-stakeholder approach. not only the Safer Internet Lab that the CSIS Indonesia and Google have been trying to conduct to create a safer internet by addressing disinformation, both in the local context of disinformation, also in national level of election, through having engagement in multi-stakeholder methods, but also in terms of, in regards to Indonesia addressing international issues. Because Indonesia also targeted by information operation, for example, by Russia shaping the how Indonesia is in line with the invasion to Ukraine. There were YouTube's accounts that was made to the reason why the invasion was justified. It is not, but that the project of the multi-stakeholder engagement engage also journalists, international organization, think tank, to bring the issue that there is an information operation going on in the Indonesian space to bring the society approval on the international conflict, including the South China Sea issue that was mentioning in the previous presentation. Rachel, how many minutes do I have still?
I'm about to text you 1 more minute, so if you can wrap up, that would be amazing. Thank you, Mbak.
Okay, so again, this multi-stakeholder approach has benefit to have more voices, but the challenge here is to ensure all stakeholders has equal voice in decision making is a challenge that we need to address. Sometimes powerful actors, whether we like it or not, like government or big tech companies, may dominate the discussion. And this is especially prevalent for the losing voice for the marginalized society and smaller communities that does not have capital access. And I think in this platform, we need to raise awareness of how to make sure the marginalized communities need to be heard, and that the way of multi-stakeholder can ensure that their voice is heard to create a more informed, resilient, and connected Asia Pacific. By that, I close my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fitriani. And then the very interesting point about the diversity of internet governance mechanisms also bring me to what we currently practice within the Wikimedia movement. So what's really interesting about Wikipedia and other free knowledge project that we are having is that the participation of communities governance is by design. It's not some additional ads, and it's really at the center of our content moderations, leaderships, as well as other important point. And as Michael also mentioned, that Taiwan has become the #1 misinformations campaigns and projects. So I want to highlight how important it is to have Wikimedians from Taiwan here to shape, clarify the misinformations online, but also create content using their own point of view and posture as Taiwanese. With that, we have Rick Wang, Wang Sherwin, and he holds a degree from National Chengchi University Chinese Literature Department. He's been joining Wikimedia Taiwan in 2014, so more than a decade ago, as staff member, and also initiated WikiSeed of Taiwan Knowledge, a project for strategic promotions of editing Wikipedia in Taiwan. In this role, he also coordinates Wikipedia volunteers across different regions and advocates for open knowledge literacy. Wang is currently served as the Secretary General of the Wikimedia Taiwan. And we also will be getting help from Joyce Chen from Wikimedia Taiwan as well to translate some of the important points that Rick will be shared. So Rick, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good day. Although my time is limited, but please allow me to take a few seconds because as a Taiwanese, I need to welcome you all to my country. So Taiwan society has a strong sense of civic consciousness. When important news happen, many people proactively to look for Wikipedia to incorporate the information they have seen into the article. At the same time, they also refine information edited by the others. Therefore, the main work of our community is to guide these how to manage editors to focus on also important but less popular topics, such as gender gaps, human rights, and folk cultures. And we organize editathons, editing events, or photographic campaigns to archive this goal. So compared to the volunteer-based community, the Wikimedia Taiwan Association is an NGO. We have more organization and resources. So in addition to supporting community work, we also partner with other organizations to combat misinformation. For example, we have been co-hosting meetups with Congressional Assistance Works Union once per season for a long time. As Michael just said, Taiwan is the most attacked by foreign misinformation country in the world. And the member of Congress are also main targets of these attacks. So in each meetup, I will introduce Wikipedia's guidelines to help assistants know how to respond to the attack. And just before the 2024 election in Taiwan, we even organized a training. I use AI-generated news to let them simulate information warfare defense on Wikipedia's sandbox. So in short, the strong civil society power of Taiwan is proactively reforming information. As long as the Wikipedia platform keeps its original intention of open knowledge, it can provide us with an excellent channel for public participation. And Wikimedia Taiwan will further enhance resilience against misinformation by thinking institutional cooperation. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Rick. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you so much for your contributions. And also now we will learn from Indonesia. Rahmat Wahidi is the chair of Wikimedia Indonesia, and he's been contributing to Wikimedia project since 2012. Since then, he's involved in Wikimedia projects for digitalizations of like art, museums, and other cultural institutions in Indonesia. And he will tell about how is it feels to be part of a multi-stakeholders governance mechanism within Wikipedia and other Wikimedia projects, and also perhaps some of the insight on what's currently happening in Indonesia pertaining to the elections and what was the Wikimedia Indonesia response towards that. So, Mas Rahmat, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mbak Rachel, for the opportunity to share with you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rahmat from Wikimedia Indonesia. I'm happy here to share some insights of how Wikimedia projects works, and then how Wikimedia Indonesia is do some efforts to counter misinformation and also disinformation related to the upcoming election, regional election in Indonesia in November. So the first thing is to know that Wikimedia project is adapting open participation and also transparency. It means everyone can edit on Wikipedia, because Wikipedia is based on the idea that everyone can contribute to its content. So every single person in this room can also starting contributing on Wikipedia in the topic that you are perhaps interested. And also the openness allows for a wide range of perspectives and also expertise to be included. And also Wikipedia is transparent. It means every edit that made on Wikipedia, not only on Wikipedia, but also in other Wikimedia projects like Wikinews, Wikiquotes, and also Wikimedia Commons, and you can find all the explanation in the Wikimedia Foundation's websites. So every single edit on the projects is publicly logged and can be reviewed by anyone. So this transparency discourage malicious edit, because they can be quickly reverted or deleted by some group of admins at Wikipedia. And also, we are happy to share that Wikimedia project is community-driven content moderation, especially on Wikipedia, because Wikipedia is online, the largest online encyclopedia right now, and every communities behind the Wikipedia is ready to fight any misinformation and also disinformation happen on Wikipedia. As you can see that Wikipedia also available in many languages, includes English Wikipedia, Chinese Wikipedia, and other largest language in the world. So in case there are some disputes happens on Wikipedia articles, there will be some consensus. So every communities in that Wikipedia will do some discussions with other users, and also they will build consensus on how to decide the content. And also there are some aspect that we should also know. It is about the sourcing and variability, because Wikipedia has strict guidelines on verifiability and sourcing, because citations from the trustworthy sources must back the information. So in case you are if you want to add some information on Wikipedia, make sure that you have some sources that can be back for your information. And also we have strong community behind the projects. For example, the community will take some tasks on the monitoring for vandalism and also misinformation, and also if there are some disputes, there will be some resolution. And Wikipedia also has the process for the resolving disputes. Speaking about the upcoming elections, regional elections in Indonesia in November, we have some efforts to provide for the Wikipedia administrators and also Wikimedia communities in Indonesia. As you know that Indonesia's linguistic landscape reflects its significant cultural diversity. We have 718 indigenous languages in Indonesia, and we have around 20 Wikipedia languages in that version. So we are at Wikimedia Indonesia also collaborate with other institutions, for example, like UNESCO and also Google, because they have enough resources to collaborate with us to fight any effort on misinformation and disinformation. And also there are some process that provided by UNESCO in the context of content moderation, because it is because UNESCO, I believe they have some guidelines on that about the content moderation on any platform in the internet. And Wikipedia is, we think that one of the platform that can be applied in that. So speaking about the regulation again, following the presidential election in February 2024, we will have the polls again in November to elect the governors and also the local stakeholders. And this election will encompass 38 provinces and also 96 cities and also 415 municipalities in Indonesia. And the influence of young voters is expected to increase significantly as they represent a growing segment of the electorate. In the context on this election, Wikimedia, Indonesia, and also the other stakeholders like UNESCO and also Google and also fact-checking organizations in Indonesia would like to conduct training sessions, especially for the Wikipedia administrators and also Wikimedia communities in Indonesia to address the anticipated surge of disinformation and hate speech in Wikimedia projects especially. So this is my end of the presentation. So over to you, Rachel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pastor Ahmad. Okay, so we are having around 20 minutes time for interactions, and I would like to encourage you to use the microphone here. If you have any questions about what has been shared by the speakers, or if you have further feedback or ideas on how we can strengthen our multi-stakeholders models to address disinformations online, especially because we are still in the elections here. Anyone would like to comment on that? Okay. While we are waiting for the response, I would like to request one of the response from the online participants. I think Dio Tobing of World Benchmarking Alliance want to provide his feedback, especially in regards to the business model of the tech platforms and how we can ensure that the business models of the tech platforms is allowing governance mechanism that upholding information integrity. So yeah, Dio, the floor is yours.
Very good morning, and thank you very much, Rachel. May I check myself, please, whether I'm audible with the forum? Yes. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Rachel. And thank you so much for the time and very interesting and very wonderful discussions of colleagues in Taiwan as well as online. As I learned through the journey of the discussions today, I think it is really timely that we are having this forum today in the midpoint of the Sustainable Development Goals agenda. And this is also very timely because this is the first time that the international community will be coming up, perhaps, with the first international framework, just called the Global Digital Compact. And tonight or morning, New York time, the third stakeholder sessions of the GDC is happening. And perhaps this would be the final one before the adoptions during the Summit for the Future. So with regard to your question, Rachel, and I think very important discussions has been discussed with the panelists today. Michael mentioned about the role of governments and how information integrity is very much dependent on how governments approaches to it. And Dr. Krityani mentioned about the diversity of region, diversity of model of internet governance. We in our organizations, the World Benchmarking Alliance, we are assessing 200 of the most influential tech companies globally. If we could potentially refer to some, I mean, definitely like Google, Microsoft, Apple, and so on. These are among those that we are assessing. And when we started to conduct the assessment back in 2020, We started with 100 companies, and we are assessing them on the extent to which they are contributing to digital inclusion and the sustainable development agenda. So if I may just to take out some data points on what we have, when we started this assessment with regard to AI, for example, as a part of this discussion today, only a minority companies, which is 16% of 100, disclosed that they have AI ethics principles. And when we started to do an assessment again in 2021, the number went up, but we actually scale up the number to from 100 companies to 150. And now in 2023, we launched our latest assessment. We have around 26% of 200 companies that we assessed have adopted ethical AI principles. I think this is a very good example on how companies globally, those who are developing and deploying AI modeling, which very much affecting to information integrity, is starting to aware on the need of they need to be credible, they need to be trustworthy, and they need to contribute to the rights-based approach of individuals when it comes to AI development and AI deployment. But again, when it comes to ethics, it is depending on the AI life cycle that we need to define and come up on multi-stakeholder approaches in identifying and safeguarding that they should not jeopardize human rights principles. Just to probably sum up, I think if I may call also, we need a multi-stakeholder approaches in finding a good tune and balance between how governments need to have ownerships on how to ensure that there are digital and AI regulations on inclusive, trustworthy, and sustainable development. So this is the basis of principles in the regulations and approaches from the public sector that we need. But at the same time, we need to anticipate that the full power and authority does not necessarily lie within government. We need also voluntarily and regulated approaches on how companies, tech companies, need to also contribute to that processes because they have the technology and innovations. This is then at the end of the day, with such regulations and multi-stakeholder approaches, we can then potentially regulate and come up with a regulation that does not create a process where companies are self-regulating themselves, because this is also something that we needed to anticipate. And with that in mind, just to close, I think one last point is returning back to finding a good balance and tone on how we governments and tech companies are coming together and working together inclusively. And in that point, when it comes to your questions on how companies need to also contribute, we also need one other actor that we have witnessed very much impactful, which are those investors who invest in this technology, technological innovations and companies. Through them, we are able to kind of push forward for more, for more accountability in the entire processes. But we need definitely to come together in developing an inclusive, trustworthy digital, global digital governance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dio. And we have,
Rachel.
thank you. Noting the importance to also demanding accountability from the investor beyond the tech platform itself, because they will shape the governance and also the product of the internet. And now we have questions from the floor, please.
Thank you. Eve Gaumont from Canada's CIFAR Chair on AI and Human Rights. I would ask you a quite simple question. If you had one measure that state platforms and civil society should collaborate on to preserve and further information integrity in APEC, what would it be? Like the key priority for you?
Thank you. Anyone would like to respond to that? Michael? Or? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll try. I hesitate to call for, or to promote one measure, because it's a complicated issue and obviously, requires, systems thinking and, or, multi-stakeholderism by definition is diverse and inclusive. And so to say one measure, I think, is challenging. Perhaps, as a representative of a, international human rights organization, I can take the easy way out and to say my one measure is to advocate for a rights-based approach. But I mean, a lot of that then does exist as, you know, a single measure, which is an umbrella that encapsulates many approaches. You know, many approaches that we've heard about on the panel and that our online intervention has raised. Because it's not just about the responsibilities and the obligations of states under international human rights law, but also the voluntary commitments that the tech and other private enterprises have entered into. And so, I mean, a rights-based approach obviously also talks about issues around corporate due diligence, transparency, you know, accessibility, engagement, and so forth. And certainly some of the other things that Article 19 has been advocating, in addition to, you know, the emphasis on transparency, which when it comes to information integrity issues is, for example, some of the usual things that I think we're probably no strangers to, like around labeling of state-backed, you know, state-affiliated media, et cetera, but also, you know, transparency in funding models, you know, transparency in monetization and advertisement policies, but also unbundling and better competition laws, because one of the reasons why certain platforms have risen to be so potent weapons in spreading information threats is the lack of competition. Single platforms that so many people go to for expressing themselves or accessing information. And so, for example, with TikTok as the sort of, you know, bête noire of the narratives, you know, Article 19 and many other freedom of expression organizations are quite weary of the, you know, sort of total ban approach, because even though TikTok is a platform that is well documented as a vector for spreading Chinese-backed information threats, to ban the platform outright is itself not adherent with international human rights principles. But why TikTok is so powerful in this, so popular, various reasons around the popularity, the success of its algorithm, so greater transparency in its algorithm, but also, you know, greater diversity of platforms, you know, a more diverse ecosystem for expression as well. Sorry, that was a longer answer.
Thank you. I think the point about we need more diverse internet ecosystem and also have legislations to promote that and ensuring the safety of the users is a very important point. And we have Basita.
Thank you very much for very good presentations and discussion from the panelists. My name is Sita Laksmi. I'm from Reflow Foundation. I want to know your opinion, perhaps Michael, on the relations, or others, on the relations between internet fragmentations and information integrity. We are in the midst of the internet fragmentation, be it in the government regulations or private sectors and others. How does your experience on it, because you mentioned a lot about multi-stakeholder processes, diversity, and how does it impact your experience on it? I would like to learn from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Basita. Maybe now I will ask Rick or Mas Rahmat first on what's your insight on internet fragmentations and how it impacts multi-stakeholders governance and information integrity. Mas Rahmat, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mbak Sita Laksmi, for the questions. I think that regarding the internet fragmentation and also related to the information, I think I would like to address from the point of view of Wikimedians, because Wikimedians is focus on, we have communities and we have some contributors also to produce content in the internet, especially for at Wikimedia projects, Wikipedia. And regarding the internet fractures, I think that there are some topics that we need to address, especially with regard to internet election, for example, like we are facing today, and as you also observe that we have some kinds of social unrest happens in Indonesia currently, and we need to find some mechanism or some mitigation on how we can provide truthful information and also verifiability of the information that we presented in the internet, especially on Wikipedia. So I think that's my response to that, Basita.
Thank you. Rick, do you want to add before we go to Baltazar for the feedbacks, questions? Okay.
维基百科它自己本身的那个机制上面是共同创作，所以虽然编者来自非常多元，但是他们必须要合作做成同一个作品。我觉得这个机制会比现在各种平台分散的方式，能够把碎片化的资讯再重新整合起来，变成比较具有权威性。
So as also Rekma did explain that Wikipedia is a platform for everyone to co-editing a same article altogether, and Rec feel like it is actually better like the other platform that may be all holding by one organization having just a single point of view. It is actually better to integrate all the fragment of the information on the internet.
Thank you. Belt.
Thank you. I'm surprised that you know my name, Rachel.
Yeah, it's in your...
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's correct.
I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
Yeah, so my question... Thank you. My question is essentially about the classical discussion on multi-stakeholder versus multilateralism. Since Michael and some of the speakers have mentioned that the threat actors, how threat actors have proliferate the toxicity of information ecosystem, and so I'm thinking that the buy-ins to deter the actors needs also go to the multilateral mechanism, in which both avenues that multilateral and multi-stakeholder should not be negating each other, but rather complementary. And so the question being, how should multilateral system be complementary to multi-stakeholder and vice versa? What can each member states, UN member states, do? Which avenues and which agreements that have yet to flourish that needs to be done in the future? Thank you.
Thank you. To add cherry on top, how we can ensure that a multilateralism complementary with multi-stakeholderism given the current geopolitical tensions and conflict within the regions. And I would like to request you to entertain that questions before we close the panel, the 1 million question.
Do you want to see if Julie online wants to? Oh. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good. It is important to recognize that multilateral bodies obviously have a role to play, but not at the expense of multi-stakeholder engagement. And unfortunately, I think we're in a situation where powerful state actors and powerful private actors are working in concert to basically strip the multi-stakeholder fora from its actual decision-making or policy-setting potential, so that it's more performative than policy setting, and that the actual norm setting is taking place only at the multilateral space. And so, I mean, it's an important, I think, realization that we need to expose and not contribute to. And so, for example, when quote-unquote multi-stakeholder fora take place in countries that have abysmal records on human rights across the board, or particular, let's say, if they have abysmal records on internet governance issues, who then are hosting internet governance forum global meetings, calling into question perhaps the value of engaging in these platforms, and whether or not we're then just participating in the more performative nature of multi-stakeholderism, not actually lending to the truly diverse engagement towards the type of norm setting we want to be engaging in. And so, as much as we should always be pushing for greater access and greater engagement, also then looking at the strategy of when we engage and what it means when we choose not to engage, perhaps. And I do know that there are a number of organizations, including Article 19 and others, who are again very seriously exploring the sort of political boycott of Saudi Arabia for the Internet Governance Forum, for example. I'll just leave it at that. But would anyone like to add?
All right. I can add.
Great.
Am I allowed?
Yes, please.
The Association of Southeast Asian Nation, ASEAN, actually have a guideline on management of government information in combating fake news and disinformation in the media. It was endorsed last year, but because we're working with them as well, they still would like to have feedback on how to implement it, because that's a regional guideline, and we know within the country, within the region, there is problematic countries that are in conflict, such as Myanmar, and to what extent it considered fake news and to what extent it's considered propaganda from the government to its people itself. So this check and balance mechanism, perhaps what has been done with Wiki and as well other platform can be done. But I think other region probably has the same. I think having the global effort to do so, I think it's too much. Maybe we start to look within our region and sub-region what we can do in the best possible way, considering local context. Thank you.
Thank you for reminding us that there are also multilateralism aside from the UN. We have regional bodies too. But then having a guideline doesn't mean a fair play field. And as Signal CEO Meredith Whittaker said, we have to firstly address the power asymmetry. Inviting stakeholders doesn't mean that they have a similar footing to share their voices, and therefore empowerment of other stakeholders such as the users, and also limiting the control of other stakeholders is also very important to ensure the meaningful engagement and also co-creations of norm setting collectively. And I know that we have two questions here, but we are running out of time, and I don't want to not giving you the freedom for getting food. So is it okay if we can continue the conversations after the
just
sessions?
want the comment.
Okay,
only.
so maybe if you can give, if you can give like a closing statement while we are officially doing the closing.
No pressure.
No pressure. Yeah, just like wrap it for us. Thank you.
I just would like to, actually, I'm here. I'm the coordinator of the South Asia UIGF and also Draper Fellow. I just would like to add the comment on this conversation, actually. The thing is that we are talking about the safeguarding, like previous speaker mentioned before, like it's very difficult for the country like Myanmar to collect the accurate information because the civil right is spreading around by means of the whole country. So, so it is even the definition of the stakeholder like the government is difficult to define, right? And also representation of the government stakeholder to include in the dialogues or conversation is still challenging. So towards what I would like to say is here is that sometimes it's very challenging for us to include all stakeholders to be here, but so far we still have to encourage and engage with the all stakeholders as much as possible to include and to ensure that they are safe and sound to include in the dialogue. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for highlighting real situations in Myanmar now. So with that, I would like to amplify the matters that we've discussed here, that there is no one-size-fits-all. So multi-stakeholder governance model is the way to go, and it also might complementary with the multilateral mechanism as long as there is protections of human rights online and also offline. And we also hear some reflections from the community members themselves that it is really of importance to incorporate the communities in the governance mechanism of platforms and also in the internet. And I would like to say thank you for all of the panel here, Michael, Rahmat, Rick, Joyce, Dr. Fitriani, and also Dio for additional informations. And we'll still be here, so if you have further questions, feel free to reach out to us after the sessions, and thank you so much. Bye.
This session has concluded. The next session in this room will commence at 11:30. We appreciate your participation and attention. Thank you.
Testing, testing. I saw Jenna.
Hi everyone. I hope everyone enjoyed the tea break and feeling refreshed and ready for a stimulating discussion. So, okay. All right, let's get started with our panel discussion on is Asia Pacific ready for AI, balancing innovation, ethical governance, and marginalized needs. This important conversation will be facilitated by us. I am Rupam Barui. I will be moderating with Jasmine Ko here on site. And we also have Aviral Kantura, Sochita Sokhacha, and Ikra joining us remotely to help guide the discussion. We are joined by a distinguished panel of experts who will be guiding us through today's discussion. I'll now hand it out to Jasmine to kick things off.
Thank you very much. So welcome everyone. So let me just do a very brief introductions to our panelist speaker as well. So I'm actually here wearing a hat of convener of Hong Kong YGF here. But then I want to introduce our speaker one by one. So first we have Jenna Manhafong, who's the founder of Gen Z Institute and a tech policy analyst deeply involved in internet governance. Second, we have Po-Fen Chan, Taiwanese digital law researcher and software developer focused on AI governance and open data. Then we have Kalina Ottavieri, AI advisor at Fair Forest, GIZ Indonesia, specializing in sustainable AI development in Asia Pacific. Last but not least, we have Dr. Ruth Skumit, advisor at Fair Forest, GIS with expertise. Sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong, but you can correct it later. With expertise in sustainable AI solutions for agriculture and climate change. Okay, so welcome again. In today's session, the panel is going to discuss about few things. First, the key challenges and consideration for AI governance. So what are the key challenges and in this Asia-Pacific regions given its diverse cultural, legal, and socioeconomic settings? Second, about multi-stakeholder collaborations. So how can these address AI risks and unintended consequences and promote its potential social and economic benefits? And third, it's about the roles and responsibility of stakeholders. What are the roles in here in the AI development and deployment? So how can policy frameworks be exchanged among stakeholders? And also, we will talk about access to global public goods. How do we promote access to globally usable public goods by facilitating access to training data on AI and AI technologies for the local innovations? And also, we will have some AI use cases for local leads on promoting AI, including SDG, climate change, and rural innovation. Now, so we will move on the panelist presentation. I will give, remote participant can also post your question on the Zoom chats for any immediate questions, and then we will be addressed during the panel discussion as well. So for the first presentations, I would like to invite Kalina and Dr. Ruth to present. Kalina and Ruth, please.
Is this working? Yeah. Okay. Welcome, everyone. Happy to be here. So I would like to kick off this presentation with an introduction on our program called Fair Forward, AI for All. And I'm here with my colleague, Harlina, who is based in Indonesia. I'm based out of Berlin, Germany, but we are a global program that is working in 7 partner countries in total across Asia and Africa. And those countries include Indonesia, India, Ghana, South Africa, Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda. And so, next slide, please. Thank you so much. Our main goal is to democratize AI worldwide with a specific focus on our partner countries, and we do that through local innovation by open sourcing AI or digital public goods. This is really one of our guiding principles. We work across various principles that really focus on fostering a local ecosystem, building AI with a multi-stakeholder approach and through these open source approaches. And so as you can see on the right here, we work across 3 action areas. One would be, as I already highlighted, improving access to open source training data and AI models. And we do that with a variety of stakeholders, which includes private companies, communities, civil society organizations, and governments. And I'll touch upon a few examples later also with Aline, but primarily we focus on language technology, so supporting low resource languages and using computer vision or machine learning for Earth observation, for example, forest conservation and climate mitigation. The second action area focuses on skills training, so very much on closing the AI skills gap in our partner countries through targeted trainings, for example, boot camps for women and marginalized groups. The third action area very much addresses policy frameworks and the ethical use of AI, which we're gonna speak a lot today on in the panel, and we've heard throughout the conference on data protection or drafting, if not existing already, national AI strategies, for example. And next slide. Yes, so briefly, what do we mean with AI? I do want to distance from a general AI definition, but really to see AI as a tool that can replicate certain decision-making processes and enables us to solve very specific and, in our context, localized problems. As I mentioned, very much focused on machine learning for Earth observation and language technology. And so one really strong emphasis on our work is that we use or support localized, unbiased, and representative AI training data with the purpose to counteract biases and discrimination and to work against the exclusion of, in particular, marginalized groups in the AI field. And with that, I would love to hand over to Aline to highlight a few examples of our work.
Hi, I'm Carlina. You can call me Aline. So I'm an artificial intelligence advisor for the GIZ project in Indonesia. When we imagine like what is like ethical AI project or like how we envision the how we can actually implement the AI guidance, AI ethical approach. Our project is about like how you can actually do that in a project of AI. This is how we supposed to run the project of AI itself, like what we've been discussing on AI governance. So how we approach in gathering the data is like how we how we approach in gathering the data. We make sure that we have the responsible AI guidance implemented when during the assessment before we going to work for this project example on the forest monitoring when we work with the indigenous community in the forest area. So we make sure that they understand what the data that we are gathering. So and also for the social cohesion with the community that we've been working on, we selected locations that we've been working with our partners for 5 to 6 years. So we make sure that they understand like what kind of data and what is this data gathering can be used for them. So we need to bridge the knowledge from the indigenous community when we come to their areas to collect the data and what exactly can it actually benefit them also. And this is how it will look like. This is how high carbon stock approach look like. So we want to make sure also the community, indigenous community, understand like the classifications of the data that's been gathering. So we use high carbon stock approach, and like how they can use the data itself for their advocacy work or if they have land conflict. And like we also give this to the government on how they can actually regulate the land use of the locations. And we work also collecting regional language. Indonesia has 700 regional language, local language, each with different dialects. And it's important to preserve this indigenous language into a knowledge that can be used for a greater understanding on like how indigenous culture and indigenous knowledge can give us more on climate issues, for example. So we have collected 30 million words for all this Minangkabau, Bali, and Bugis language. And each of this language represent each of the region in Indonesia. So I think it's important also to see like how this approach also give like a variety on how you see AI workforce. It's not all about data scientists. It's not all about coding. It's not all about like people who already understand ICT. You can actually involve indigenous community in producing AI knowledge using the existing knowledge, which is their local language. And they can also benefit as a workforce in giving more remote access work to their village. And we have collected so far the data set that we want to contribute more for AI misinformations on climate issues. We also train for the ecosystem itself, we need support on the policy. So we train also policymakers, cross ministries in Indonesia on what is ethical AI, what is AI itself. Sometimes government envision different project when we heard such a buzzword like AI. They have like all this robot and metaverse in the mind. So we also give like the human rights perspective, people with disability perspective, gender perspective on how they can regulate AI and how the AI governance should be. And we will gather them together from learning from peer-to-peer with Asia and Africa AI Policymakers Network. And this is our latest project on like how the coastal community can benefit from AI. We co-design the technology with the communities by assessing with responsible AI what kind of data or sensors or technology that they want to be implemented in their area to monitor the climate change in their area, or like what kind of climate crisis issues are they facing, what kind of a solution that can be implemented in the location, and are they understanding the technology itself. So we make sure the capacity buildings also align with the co-design of the technology itself. So it will be a responsible and sustainable AI solutions based on what community needs instead of imposing what we think the community or the indigenous community needs. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Carlina and Dr. Roth, for your insightful presentation. Now I would like to invite Poren Chiang to present and share this.
Oh, hi. So I'm Poren, and I'm now working as a policy fellow in SS Now. So today I'll try, although like usually I cover digital law, but I'll try to cover like parts of like the more general idea, like why. I believe you already seen like how including like Fair Forward, how they're like doing a lot about like making AI data and trying to making it inclusive. But I still like for some context, I like to consider like you know, so usually when we're saying, if you have read of like Foucault, there's always like, you know, like everything is power, and like in the idea of AI is like the representation inside the AI model or AI data is also a sort of like a cultural power, or like the power within data, we know if you have read on the internet, you could see some descriptions or like metaphors of the LLM models. The AI models is just like ChatGPT or these like large language models. It's sort of like a blurry image of the internet, right? But the internet by itself is like generally like overwhelmingly it's like in English, maybe in American or like international English. And this is specifically a problem for the minority languages like race or ethnicities. So when we're saying that we're going to collect data, it's always about, it's not to exploit these races or tribes or like groups, but instead we're trying to like expand the representation inside the zone, I guess. And this is like especially really worrying, like as we see in Taiwan, because like as you can see in the Mandarin language cultural zone, we have like the vast majority of data like written in simplified Chinese in China, and they produce the amount of data they produce, although like regardless of quality we're speaking, but like the amount of data they produce are overwhelmingly like affecting, like even before LLM, it was already affecting our like Google search results, our internet search results, and there's like a constant awareness of cultural infiltration, and people are really worried about like if folks, when they're like reading information from the internet, they don't have a good sense of like what's the difference between these cultures. Like it's easily for like the local cultures and the local nominations, the local ideas to be washed away by the majorities. And I believe like this does not only exist in the scope of Mandarin, but also in like the minority languages. So although there are like some local efforts, like we know the National Science and Technology Council here in Taiwan, they're asking the enterprise to try to like train our own AI based on like quality materials, like they're collecting materials with like different group society. But it's like sometimes we would like to ask, like, is it the right approach? Is it always about collecting more data? So that's a part of biased data representation I would want to point out and to like connect and to have a dialogue with like the part with Fair Forward. And I like to introduce, like, since we're in the place of internet governance, I guess we could like have some thought about like the involvement of multi-stakeholder or deliberative democracy. It's like like as a legal researcher, like people are always asking, oh, will AI destroy copyright? It's like the future of the whole society become like destroyed by AI, like all the fabrics would be replaced. But if you actually go back to the 19th century, to the 18th century, when like copyright acts or these patents the laws were first established, the idea was not to like allow Disney to collect a lot of like royalties from Mickey Mouse. It's actually to promote the creation, to promote useful arts and science, to make sure that people could actually, like artists could like reap from their benefits, and to promote more creations. So like when we're discussing like AIs, like instead of like really focusing on these buzzwords, what we're trying to do shall be discussing what other things we're trying to promote, what society we're looking into. Yeah, and there are also some other takeaways on automatic decision making, but I guess we're just like, we'll leave that to the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bon, for your sharing. And we have so many different localized cases and also example that's addressing today's our session topic. And I want to actually shift a bit to Jenna. From your perspective, what kind of angle would you be looking into the issue, and what kind of impact of AI that you would like to address on? Jenna, please.
For sure. Thanks for having me, first of all. It's a very interesting topic, and I mean, we've been enthralled in these discussions about the hypes around AI governance for quite some time right now. And when you guys first invite me to be part of this panel, I read and reread the whole topics again and again, and think what's the best way to approach it. Because there are many of the times, like first of all, I think when it comes to AI governance, it tends to be pretty broad because it can influence many different aspects of our lives. So it depends like how we intersect with different sectors, then the discussion will be a little bit different. When I'm done with this remark, I'll probably highlight some of the key challenges you asked for, probably focusing a little bit more on the repercussions of the impacts brought by AI, because putting my other hats on, I work very closely with youth in Asia Pacific, and there's a lot of like discussion at the Asia Pacific YGF in the past 2 years that identify something that may perceive as some challenges faced by the youth community, for example. But on the second half of this, the title, Balancing Innovation, Ethical Governance, and Marginalized Need, I feel like there's like some assumptions there where we always, especially in Asia Pacific, we always want to find balance. But that's, to me personally, I think it's a pretty linear approach, because I personally think that we don't necessarily need to sacrifice one or the others, because I do think we'll discuss, of course, on this point later on, because I don't think we're like either do things ethically and if we have more governance or guardrails around it, we'll sacrifice innovation. But just to add on that, I guess like we'll open up, because the organizer prepared a lot of questions for the floor and ourselves, so I will save that for that part. But coming back to the main parts about the key challenges, I think, first of all, I do think the AI right now affect how it will reshape education, first of all, because like now younger people will have to like use the tools, maybe for the education, and on day zero we also talk a lot with even with government representatives on how we can integrate the use of generative AI for education. And one thing we also identify is that generative AI also enables alternative education opportunity, because of how it enables information available online. So we need to rethink traditional education and at the same time explore alternative education opportunity in an unconventional way, because traditional education can no longer be interpreted or defined in the traditional sense. And I guess probably more people have more knowledge about the technical sides of AI, but one thing I often have to remind myself and other people who get too excited about AI is that, yes, generative AI is really good at mimicking humans' logic, but they can't reason like human. And no matter how it advances, I believe there will always be a layers of humans oversights on top of it, and that's just one thing we must ensure that humans are involved, because later on I'll point out why. Because of ethical issues, and so I think humans has to be involved all the time. And in a way, second point, challenges I think with AI is job displacement. I mean, now we have education, we prepare people for workforce in a sense, but then with AI being in the scenes, job displacement is one thing that challenges. Putting another hat on, I am a writer myself, copywriter, so while we thought AI would replace people who are like, labor intensive work will be replaced first, but essentially it's cheaper to hire someone to do that instead of maintaining a machine to do it. So now I guess like journalism writers, jobs got challenged, and that's one aspect I think in Asia Pacific also facing. Third point, I believe, because we now focus on challenges, And somehow I feel like we often missed out discussions about the benefits of it, and without insufficient discussion around benefits, we don't know how exactly to govern it and embrace the benefits of it. But coming back to the challenges first, I think because of the practices on how we approach AI governance, that will actually amplify inequality. You know, the implication of AI and all that. Under this, we need the underlayer part is it is enabled by internet, but not everyone has the internet access. But now it's just so hard to avoid for example, not using AI or being offline because of how everything's been digitalized. We have a whole economy be on top of the internet, for example. It's just everyday life. And then that enables our civic engagement as well as how we interact with other people. And that includes our economical activity. And so now, essentially with AI coming into the scenes, I believe it will amplify inequality, specifically on the economical aspect, because people essentially will have more resources, and those people will just, you know, keep going and develop in a better way, while people lacking resources will be left behind, and we just widen the digital divide. I think that's what we call right there, and that's influence how we innovate, and I think that's important too, because should I wrap up? Okay, I'll try to wrap up, it's important to innovate because that signifies progression in open society. That's what I believe, and I think no matter how we think certain technologies are harmful, we must have something that promotes innovation. And well, I actually will stop here and pass it over to you and save the rest of the point for our conversation later. Thank you.
So thank you, Jenna, for your insights on this. And we will start the discussion part of our session now, starting with you. So there has been a countless discussion about the improvement of AI and the possible introduction of AGI, which is artificial general intelligence, in the coming years, while others they are criticizing AI as some overhyped technology. And how do you think that will impact the everyday life of people from different parts of Asia Pacific in the coming years, 5 to 10 years?
You want me to?
Yeah.
How much time do I have?
I think 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try. I think this is first of all, I don't know why we already talk about AGI for now, because I don't feel like we have enough conversation around generative AI, which is the one already affecting us right now. But it's good to think about the one that will have such a big could have such a big influence. And I guess there will be another panelist that could answer the AGI part more, because I don't know exactly how the technical part of it works. It's I'm learning from others as well. But I think because now the technology is it's unclear, and we know it could be very powerful. And so we're afraid of it, and I think it's just natural. And so I think coming back to this point, and I'm also a really, consumer rights person and a civil society person, I think because of this uncertainty, it's very important to include their voices. I think Poran also mentioned about multi-stakeholder collaboration earlier, because it's just something that cannot be done by just one particular stakeholder group. Many of the time, policymakers try to govern it, but then they don't know the technical part of it. And many of the time, if you actually have time to dig up transcript from the conversation in Parliament, just like me, you'll find sometimes that they try to govern this kind of technologies, but end up coming with something very interesting. And that's the policy that will influence our future, or maybe now actually. So I think that's just one thing we must be there, and that will bring in the ethical parts. what's ethical to you might not be ethical to the other, because like people have different value. And in Asia Pacific, there's like countries with different beliefs, different religion, different culture, and they believe in different ideology. And so maybe, I don't know, that might be my opinion. There are times when perhaps like an ideal model is to align the set ethics with the interests or values of a certain community. But that will brings out in other problems or questions, because there are times their value or ethics might not align with some universal values, which other people might perceive it as a problem that challenge the public interest of like a global community, right? So, well, I'll stop here, because I do think that's just like one thing we need to think of quite extensively if we want to imagine something that could be very powerful, and to a point maybe it would challenge humanity. And yeah, so yeah, pass it over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Jenna. Humanity in the large context, global level, it's really huge, right? And you also mentioned about the ethical guidelines that we may want to impose and to communicate. So this, I would like to transit a little bit from a very like broad level to a more local level. So this is a question to Kalina. So actually, for someone in a marginalized community, like how would you explain to them what AI governance is if you are tasked with spreading awareness to them? Like consider some maybe you have some challenges or strategies on that. But how would you do that kind of communication, Kalina?
Interestingly, discussing with marginalized groups and especially indigenous is more easy compared to policymakers. And so have to continue discussing, although they have like their own ideas. If you don't have like their ideas, you might think like what is in for you, how the data will relate to you, what your day-to-day. Sometimes like people talk, like I'm a digital anthropologist. In anthropology, we think of data as a holistic way, and we are focusing on thick data and how we can take the meaning of the data itself. And I think it also resonates with AI. People think like technology, flashy, they want it fast, they want it now, and I think it's good Asia Pacific is not like as, in Indonesia we have this word gerasak grusuk, like making it very fast and when you see technology moving fast, you might ignore like some features might not work with the screen readers of people with disability. You might not care if like it's scrapped like a data from like a small local artist that's struggling with their IP. And I think it's very important to explain how the data itself will relate to them and what can it be used. Interestingly, when we work for high carbon stock approach, the marginalized, especially indigenous community, are interested if they are the one who have land conflict. So it have the benefit for them to map based on their own marginalized knowledge, based on their indigenous knowledge, how the land use is meant with their cultural rights. We have like hak adat, we have cultural rights of land use that's meant nothing sometimes for a big company. But I think it's good that AI can have like a counter data, can be used for that, and we can monitor together if it's open source, like we made our data open source so people can compare the data and also they can layer the data, they can check the ground truthing of how the forest areas in the map can also represent their data. It's very important to have these people in the table, in the every discussion. Sometimes when I met all this AI governance forum, they miss people with disability in the table, or they don't bring like indigenous community. People think like, oh, maybe they're not so techie, but like no, they have their own views on like how the technology will meant to them. And I think what what's good is like technology is not the word itself, like how the technology can be used and benefit for the marginalized community.
To wrap this up, like Carolina is saying that we have to see the thing from the perspective of the marginalized community and how it is compared to the things they're already doing, like the land use and what they already know. So to move on, we can ask Dr. Ruth a question, which is, we all might be aware of the fact that there has been some form of bias in the recent AI models in the Western world. If that seeps into Asia Pacific, how would you see it affecting the views of AI in this region?
Thank you so much. That's a great question. So I think Warren has already laid it out quite well in terms of what biases exist in commonly used models, and specifically, and I do want to differentiate here, LLMs and models that use a lot of compute, large language models or computer vision models that run on huge amount of power and energy and data centers. I think we have to really clearly differentiate that from smaller models that use way less compute and are easier to run even on a local laptop. So this is one thing, but in terms of biases, so there is language biases, as we heard, right? I'm gonna use the large language model like ChatGPT as a reference because that's something we all know and are using probably on a daily basis. So already, Warren has already mentioned that these models are trained on large amounts of data and mostly language data in this case that are found on the internet, on YouTube, on text documents, et cetera, et cetera. And those languages are often so-called high resource languages. So that could be anything from English to Mandarin, for example. But it does include biases or underrepresentation of low resource languages. And many languages that are spoken in Asia Pacific, as we heard from Aline, Carlina. In Indonesia, there's more than 700 languages. There's so many hundreds of languages spoken in different parts of Asia Pacific that are not represented at all or very badly represented in LLMs. So you may have used it as a translation tool, and you will definitely find either it's a very poor translation or it's just not representative of the language, but also of its culture. And I think that leads back to what Jenna said, right? That language is culture, is representation, is knowledge. And so if that is not represented in models like that are running on, that ChatGPT is running on, that leads to a loss of identity and an underrepresentation globally, really, but also in the region. And so I think it's really important to look at that kind of representation from a language perspective, but also from a culture perspective. And that's what we do through our language projects to work with community. And again, I think this is really so important to think of how can a data collection and how can a model be built in an inclusive way so that it focuses on communities, it centers communities, and in an inclusive way also thinking of various representations of identities. To name one example, Bugis community has more than 5 genders, right? Western gender identities usually, have 2 or a third for non-binary gender identities, right? So I think this is also something that's very interesting because it doesn't reflect many identities that we have in Asia Pacific, comparing it to like a more Western, view on things. And this is something we have noticed when we looked at gender bias in our models. How do you even apply that, right? If it's a binary model, how do you compare that kind of bias to a community that has more than 5 genders? And so I think it's really important to co-create such a data collection and such a model in a way that it doesn't copy one-on-one, let's say, approaches like Western approaches that are reflected in such models, and language models specifically, but to design it in a way that it really reflects, again, the cultural values and identities. So that's from a language perspective. You know, I don't know how much time do I have? One more minute. I think that's a huge discussion by itself already, and we can, you know, dive into this. I think it's super interesting and super exciting, and I'm really happy to see that there's a lot of movement happening. There's even counter movements happening towards small language models. There's Lelapa AI, for example, in South Africa, that has developed its own regional language model for 5 languages. This is something, you know, that's happening in Asia Pacific as well. So I love to see that there's a counter movement happening as a way to highlight these biases. There's racial biases, there's ethical biases, there's so many other biases that we can speak about. And it's important also when it comes to governance and regulations that we think from a local perspective, as in Asia Pacific. I cannot speak for Asia Pacific, but in a sense of translating governance models as well. For example, the EU AI Act, how does that apply, or how does it apply? And if so, what kind of biases might it contain when it comes to regulation in terms of racial biases and other kinds of biases represented in these legislations? And so I think it's, again, really important to come back to a more localized approach and consult with various stakeholders on what kind of regulations, what kinds of models, what kinds of frameworks can be applied or should not be applied, and to clearly also have that very critical view on it. And with that, I close it for now.
Well, thank you, Ruth. It seems to be, you know, like getting further. It could always be an endless conversation about what kind of content framework, right? Because like we have so many different community in terms of you know, geographical location, or like you know, racial community, and also gender diverse community as well. Wow, many communities that we have, and also it's always good to embrace diversity. But then like we also need to acknowledge that. That the potential risk of AI bias, you know, from the other part of the world could have an impact on the other part of community, especially Asia Pacific. We acknowledge that, and then we could always, from starting to acknowledging this kind of things, that we could always start and have intention and consciousness on moving forward. So something I would love to shift a bit from more cultural perspective into the labor market a bit. So because I think Jenna also mentioned about, like, you know, AI impacts with relevance and relationship with the job market as well. And but I'm not gonna put it back to you, because I'm gonna move on to in Poland about as you are in the sector of the open source and also in the law sector. The question to you is how might we address the potential negative impact of AI, such as, you know, job displacement or privacy concern, any of it, while it's enhancing its benefit for social and economic development. So to you, Pavan.
So thank you, and I believe so we're always saying that when we're covering about AI, we talk about like power, we talk about representation. But what I was really actually want to like emphasize is like when we're talking about AI or like large language models, we're always like phrasing it as a, you know, like new, like disruptive technology that would change society in a huge way. But if you're like really digging into it, it's like the real issue, or like the real part that needs to be like regulated is not it's not that different between other technologies. I mean, like there's also like the invention of copywriters, like there's also the invention of other technologies. But like when we're like phrasing these issues, it's like we often ignore the actual problem of, you know, like it is when we're saying like talking about data, we're always describing like people who produce data, like the author, the local community. It's usually like, you know, you're in or what? It's like you're either like insight to be like collected, to be trained on, or to be like removed from the representation. But we are like, we often don't realize it's like actually like the impact to the society, and what's the change of the like labor relation with it. And it's like we're always talking about, you know, like it seems like it's always about the large the technology companies and the policymakers. They need to like figure out something for us, but we're last talking about like how as a democracy, it's like how as a society as a whole, like what is the like the labor market or like what is the unions are thinking about this? What are the chances? Because like there's always like when 3D comes out, there's like a lot of impact to the animators, but they're not wiped out. So it's always about like how could we utilize new technologies and how do we like bring the existing labor forces, the existing people around the society into the dialogue rather than, you know, like putting them into the objects of like putting them into the passive role to be, you know, like trained on, to be like tamed on. So I think that it's like when we're putting this, like we are so like hyper focused on the, you know, like horror or like the scariness of the AI, like portrayed by the Silicon Valley companies. But like in like actually as we're talking about, like if you're it's not like the society does not want this kind of technology. They just want to be heard and like to be like to have a good discussion on how as a, because like this is really disruptive, how as a society as a whole, how we could like walk like continue forward. So I guess it's like as an like open source contributor, like people are always asking like, you know, you are not really compensated, and you know, like large companies are always like ripping off your benefits, and it's like the community itself, like they got like attributions, they got to like use the way they like to contribute instead of, you know, like being ripped off without like noticing, and like what these tech companies currently do is like ripping off others, ripping off like data producers, all in the huge umbrella of, you know, like this is for the better good, this is for like training a new model, training for new technology. So we don't need to like put any compensation. We don't need to have any adaptations. We don't need to like help the society or help the labor market to like to grow or like to adopt with the new technology. So sorry. So like I'd like to wrap this up. It's like it's like people are not actually really that against the technology, as like Carlina mentioned. It's like they're actually sometimes like more open than the policymakers. They are sometimes really willing to be represented, to like work with the society. But it's like we're just like not listening to them. So I like to still piggyback is like onto the like the overall idea of like governance and like working with the like multi-stakeholder forums. Is like we just need to like start like listening to what the different part of society wants. We'll need to have a more open like policy making process. We'll need to have a more greater ask for these technical companies when they're reaping on the human beings like general creation. They also need to like have a proper dialogue with these like content producers to make sure that it's sustainable and to like really help the society instead of, you know, like hiding these all between, you know, like this is for the national defense, this is for if we you know, like competitive, like keeping competitive with other countries. Yeah, I think that's the more positive side we could try to like achieve in this topic. Yeah, and thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Porfin, for, you know, like ending up with, you know, we still have hope and we can still be positive despite of some negativity around. But then like we always need to be strategic, like in this very you know, like ever-changing world with ever-changing technology as well. So actually, we now open the floor to questions from both on-site and online. So for people in the room, if you want to ask questions, please come to the mic and speak. But then at the same time, for online participants, you can submit your question through Zoom chat. We acknowledge that we already received some questions online. And so maybe if please allow me to read out some question from the online chat first while the in-person participants are queuing up. So first online question that we received from Bisal Sae. The question is, what ethical frameworks should guide the development of AI technologies to ensure that they align with social values?
Well, personally, I'm not married to constantly finding one single ethical framework to solve something, because I don't think there's one size fits all policy that can help. And there's a lot of, just search it up. There's a lot of AI ethical framework out there which you can refer to. The problem is how we applied it at domestic level, national level, or local level on how you govern things. It's up to the sectors or the community. And if you get the privilege to be in this kind of conversation, what's your roles into making a change? There are times when we will approach it, horizontally, where we try to seek a comprehensive policy framework nationally. There's countries like Canada, for example, seeking some policy framework that's more horizontal. But for example, in the US, they would choose some framework, a vertical approach, which it's case by case from sector to sector. So I think this kind of approach applies to different sectors and community too. Asia Pacific is really diverse. I don't think there's one single ethical framework, or it should not, at least in my opinion, into how we should govern it. Because if you think there's no one single framework that exists there right now, maybe you should be out there and try to shape it, because it's more multifaceted than how we understand it. And just to piggyback on what Poran mentioned earlier, I do think, to govern such a complex topic, we need to modernize different laws, existing laws. Because when we talk about AI governance, we want to having one policy framework to shape it. But the challenges we identify so far are really, really different, diverse, and at different level as well. There are things that about intellectual properties, consumer rights, privacy, data protections, and there's times also even about competition as well. So there might be competition reform needed, and that's not something we could resolve with one silver bullet. And I think just to wrap this up, I do think cross-disciplinary governance needed to tackle whatever things we attempt to resolve. Well, even though if we approach it this way, we are only managing the challenges we face, not even resolved it. Because I believe in an open society where we believe in innovation, we will always have to catch up, and there will always be some innovation going on, and then we put another layers of policy on top, and then they will break through, because that's how a society progress, right? So yeah, I'll wrap it up here.
Yeah, thank you very much, Joanna. Since we saw very, very engaging participant here in the room, so now we change a little bit format. So maybe each of you could have 20 seconds to ask your question. So each of you ask questions. We collect all the questions and then we answer at once. And after the in-person, we also have one local we will help to ask questions. So maybe anyone from the queue could start your 20-second question. Thanks.
Okay. Hi. Thank you. I'm Janita Rukmal from Sri Lanka. And as you can see, I'm a person with a visual impairment. So I was very happy to see the issues that we face being acknowledged in this panel, such as the non-accessibility for screen readers of certain creative endeavors that's made through AI. So my question is, so a lot of international companies producing assistive technologies are adopting AI these days. But the problem that they face when it comes to Asia Pacific is some of the AI governance policies are largely they exhibit a lot of gaps in terms of figuring out what use or what exposure of data is given to AI, so that many of these companies have restricted access in Asia Pacific to provide services using AI. So as a global forum and as a sort of stakeholders coming from different parts of Asia Pacific, what are the kind of affirmative measures that have already been taken or that will be taken soon to open up AI to assistive technologies? And alongside that, what are the steps that have been taken to sort of increase connectivity in a way that has sufficient bandwidth to AI to function effectively in this space? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next one, please.
Hi, Francis Acero, Philippines. Given in Asia Pacific, we have interpersonal and very language-based approaches to governance, so it's based on personality and whatnot. Do we have enough, in your view, resources, or do you have the ability to hold bad AI actors accountable and responsible for AI-based decision-making that's going to happen? Because it's going to happen whether we like it or we like it. So is that around? Are there existing normative frameworks that we can use or any other legal frameworks that we can use, in your opinion? Thanks.
Thank you. I'm just gonna pause a bit on the onsite first because we have a huge queue online too. So can I direct to Sokiata and Afi to guide us through the local hub question, please?
Thanks, Jasmine. Yeah, we received. We noted that we have a participant from one of our local hub who would like to contribute to the question. So, local hub participant, please, floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, can you hear me?
Sorry, I feel like.
Hello.
Yes, you are audible, but it's a bit sounded so low.
Thank you very much for being selected us as a Asia Pacific Regional Internal Governance Local Hub at University of Information Technology of Sciences, UICS. We are very much delighted to be participated as a local hub.
Oh, sorry, we can't hear you. Yeah, can you just type it? Maybe we help you to ask. But we can see you in person, like okay, from the room we can see you.
Very much. So, we do faculty members of CAC and IT department certificated in this local hub program. I have a question about how to inclusively.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Innovation, ethical governance to implement Asia Pacific ready for AI. What are the priorities which we can given in the Asia Pacific region to make ready about our AI governance?
Okay, thank you very much. I think you may want to add some, type in questions since we want to make sure that we understand your question clearly. Now maybe we to the floor. Yeah, please. 20 seconds, please.
Yeah. Hello everyone. My name is Barkha Mandal. I'm from India. So my question belongs to we are talking about the AI innovation, AI linguistic biasness, and all. So I want to ask what strategies can be employed to balance the benefits of AI innovation, keeping the biases in AI algorithm on a mitigated level, or any example of the same which any of you have done in your respective research or the work you do for your organizations. Thank you.
Next, please.
Hello, my name is Yejin from South Korea. I'm currently a computer science student. I actually have quite many questions, but I'll try to keep it down. The first one is actually about the education part with AI. So I feel like people aren't really considering the psyche of the actual student that are learning through AI or the new media, because we have, as like a Gen Z, we have been thinking very differently from for example, my mother. Like, she thinks in a very bullet-pointed way, but I think in a very mind-map way, and as in Wikipedia. So those kind of psyche has been studied through the educational sectors, but haven't been actually implemented with, especially with the development of AI. our thoughts process are actually changing very differently. So the education, the original purpose of the education might have been making more labor workers for the work market, but now it's to produce more people who are civilized enough to make good decisions, right? So I feel like that with the development of AI, we should consider how those kind of people, especially the ones with learning disabilities or something that is considered neurodiverse, should be considered as well. And the second question is more...
Sorry, I need to interrupt. Sorry, we really have to... Maybe we can pose your question to the panelists during the lunch break as well. We really welcome to have more conversation ongoing. So in interest of everyone's time, and we need to be on time, so maybe I can give you a time for a quick summary of the session, and for the rest of the participants, we could continue our conversation afterwards as well. Thank you.
So like for summarizing, I will start with Carolyn and Dr. Ruth, who emphasized transparent data collection and preservation of Indonesia's 700 plus indigenous languages. Also highlighted efforts to integrate indigenous knowledge into AI model to for climate issues, ethical AI training and policymakers, and co-designed AI solutions with coastal communities and climate monitoring. And for Poren, who addressed the overshadowing of local cultures by dominant ones in AI training forming bias, and also Taiwan's effort to use unbiased data sources from diverse groups, but questions their effectiveness and stress the importance of fostering creativity over adhering to outdated copyright laws. And lastly, Jenna highlighted the broad scope of AI governance, which influences various sectors, discussed key challenges such as AI impact on education, the need for human oversight, job displacement, and digital divide. AI might widen inequalities, particularly affecting economically disadvantaged people and those who without have internet issues. There should be emphasis on innovation, signifying societal progress, stressing the importance of balancing innovation with ethical governance. With that, we would like to conclude our session. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So, let's just, we have actually our speaker want to give a quick response to the question that been collected. Thank you very much for loving our panels.
Okay, so for inclusive and linguistic bias and learning disabilities, so affirmative measure, they're all tools to include people with disability in the decisions, especially if it's like authoritative, for example, for people with hearing impairment, how they can be involved, and also for screen reader to be checked. And there's also a guidance for website inclusivity that's already been there and just needs to be applied to the website development and also the features. What's problem also for people who with the sight disability is that how their financial data can be verified if they want to use fintech solutions and AI solutions. That needs to be addressed in like how the financial securities system of AI can acknowledge people with disability authorization for transaction, for example. And also for the development of the features itself, it's possible if you involve people with disabilities as part of your developer of the system itself. So I think the affirmative measure is to include people with disability workers as part of your program developers in every tech companies. And I want to remind also private sectors that you need to also apply the people with disability recruitment in your workforce. So that's why you can get this perspective of inclusivities. And learning disabilities is also important to understand like how people can have a different way to understand what AI features can help them. So I think it's very important, for example, if you screen some pictures and then there's the descriptions of it, is sometimes what you see inclusivity is difficult. It's not that difficult. You just need to involve the people and ask them, is this enough? Do you understand this? Like how can we better use and provide the service? Even like that bare minimum is not being applied in the development of AI.
I keep it very brief because we're really running over time, but I want to connect to Carlina's answer on how well are certain needs represented in regulations. So we're really in interesting times in terms of governance and frameworks and various regulations. As I mentioned earlier, the EU AI Act has been released early August, and so it addresses it addresses AI on a risk-based approach, really. So it categorizes certain applications into low or high risk or medium risk. But really the focus is on human rights, accountability, and transparency. And so this is a hard law, right? And so I think we are in this time now where we are figuring out whether a hard law is needed as in terms of accountability and also penalizing in the end of the day if an AI system causes real harm on people, on communities, on individuals. And so within Asia Pacific specifically, there's, I think, now 16 different regulations, frameworks. There's a lot of regulations and guidances out there, but a lot of them, most of them are not hard laws yet. So they're soft laws, so to say. So they're rather guidances and do not necessarily hold companies or whoever produces the AI system accountable. So we are getting there, I'd say, but this is also then again a very specific country specific approach that needs to take into account multi-stakeholder and communities and needs as highlighted. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, thank you very much for valuable insights from our panelists, and also thank you very much for being very active and engaging in this conversation, both on site and also online participants. So we now here wrap our sessions, and we look forward to maybe continue our conversations as well during the lunch break or at the enjoy the rest of the APrIGF 2024. Thank you very much.
This session has now concluded. The next session in this room will commence at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Lunch is now available in room 201. Please proceed to level 2 to collect your meal. Thank you.
Japan is number 2 on the Eco Internet Index 2023. Not only did Japan
测试。
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you have a great lunch. And welcome back to APrIGF 2024. And welcome to our session, Striving for Equal Internet Towards a Resilient Internet. And here, I just want to give you a, let's welcome our speaker, Mr. Edmund Chung, the CEO of .Asia. Thank you. And also Mr. Toshiaki Takeshi-san, sorry for that, Managing Director and Vice Chairman of the Japan Internet Provider Association.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining me here. So, to kickstart a little bit, like I'm gonna give a very brief introduction about why we are here, why do we have this session here, and also we will have sharing from admin and then Toshi-san, and then we will open the floor for further interactive discussion about the topic. So as we have been knowing that sustainability has been a great trend in the global and also local discussion. But then we actually want to discuss further about internet carbon. So actually internet has its carbon footprint and making an impact in the Asia Pacific regions. Actually I want to draw the connections further with the sub-theme of resilience under the bigger frame. So this very critical communications infrastructure must include the aspect of environmental sustainability to make internet itself resilient. This is the reason that we are doing the research on Eco-Internet Index. And this session, we want to suggest some measures about improving sustainability of the internet sector and the digital infrastructure. And further that, we also want to acknowledge that case study is very important. So beyond just doing some measurement and research on data, etc., the next step, the actions and the case study itself it's how we responding to the data and how we want to improve towards a greater, greener and also sustainable internet. That's its resilience. So with this very quick introduction, I hope that you have a better understanding of why we are here. We want to share this to you as a showcase. Now, I would love to pass the time to admin for starting about what is this Eco-Internet Index about? So why do we need it for a resilient internet? Admin, please.
Thank you, Jasmine. And if we can put, yep, there you go. So first of all, before I talk about the Eco-Internet Index itself, just a quick introduction. .Asia ourselves is run the .Asia top-level domain. So instead of .com or whatever, it's www.domain.asia would be something that we do. That's where our income comes in, and we operate as a not-for-profit organization, and all the income that comes in from registrations of .Asia domain goes back into supporting internet development work in Asia Pacific. And one of the very proud projects that we have is netmission.asia. You probably see netmission alumni and ambassadors around here at APrIGF. It is the longest-standing youth internet governance program, which started in 2009. Another project, which is directly related to what I want to talk about today, is the Agitora project. It's a little tiger project that we started in 2016. 2016, of course, is when the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, were put into operation. So for the next couple of years, what we did was a number of education program, bringing to even younger crowd from primary schools, secondary schools, talking about the internet's impact on the environment, and also, actually from the good as well as the bad. The internet itself, of course, has a carbon footprint, and this comes to the more recent research that we have been doing. Right around 2020, that was when the pandemic hit, and also everyone was locked up at home. That was when the internet really, the traffic really grew, and the awareness that there is a carbon footprint and there is an environmental impact of the internet itself came to bear. So we put together in partnership with APNIC Foundation, we put together a group of advisors to look at the topic of the internet's impact on climate change, on the environment itself. Because on one hand, we know that watching video or increased web conferencing, of course, that has an energy footprint, and therefore it has a carbon footprint. However, what does that replace, right? And also, just because we can always, meet on Zoom, well, it's also valuable to be here, for example, to have a meeting, to be able to meet with everyone face to face. So what we look into developing was a narrative. How should we think about the internet's carbon footprint in relative to the good as well as the bad? Throughout basically between 2020 and 2022, a model was created based on 3 axes and looking at the economical impact and weighing between the digital economy and the digital transformation on one axis, another axis being the energy itself, the renewable energy that powers the internet, and the efficiency. The actual formulas are a little bit complicated, but I will actually let my video explain it to you.
Global carbon emissions bounced back after the pandemic to the highest level ever recorded. And the internet's carbon footprint is part of that growth. How should we think about the eco-friendliness of the network? The Eco-Internet Index looks at 3 dimensions: economy, energy, and efficiency, linking and balancing between the positive aspects of digital transformation along with the negative draw on power consumption. The economy axis looks into the internet's relative carbon footprint against the displacement of old economy trade by the digital economy. The energy axis zooms in on the carbon emission factor and renewable energy sources that power the internet. Finally, the efficiency axis considers connectivity speed against the excess capacity that is supporting the network. Of the 14 Asia-Pacific jurisdictions studied this year, New Zealand and Japan came out on top. New Zealand had an early start, having built the first hydroelectric power plant in the southern hemisphere, dating way back to 1885. Japan was one of the largest oil and coal consumers in the world as recently as 2019. But is now Asia's 3rd largest producer of renewable energy. Both countries rely on sound policy intervention. New Zealand had a head start, and Japan turned things around with impressive digital transformation. Together, we must work in a multi-stakeholder way with our industry and governments to make the internet more eco-friendly. To learn more, go to ecointernet.asia. Do more, waste less.
Yeah, so that's what the model is about. And our first full-scale study shows that, as mentioned, New Zealand coming up on top. But the idea of it is not an absolute calculation of carbon footprint. The idea is the eco-friendliness of the network itself. And also the numbers themselves. They are useful for a little bit of comparison, but don't look at it as absolute numbers. It's really a conversation starter, and that's how we look at it. And some of the overarching narrative based on the studies that we've seen is that one of the key aspects really is the renewable energy that is actually feeding the network, right? The other aspect is actually a more carbon conscious user, both in the corporate world to select the hosting platforms, to select where you actually host your stuff. And it's also important to think about what the digital transformation brings in terms of
Japan is number 2 on the eco-internet.
Sorry, I have one more word before we go there. Is the other thing that we looked at is also the narrative on, and I remember this very clearly from the early days of WSIS, the first WSIS, where there were delegates that says, hey, wait a minute, we don't even have power. Why are we even talking about internet? But part of our study shows that they actually come hand in hand. Now is the video.
Japan is number 2 on the Eco-Internet Index 2023. Not only did Japan turn around its reliance on fossil fuels, it is tackling climate poverty at the same time, and partnering with nations around Asia to decarbonize with clean and reliable energy, which helps eradicate poverty and drive economic growth. Experts recognize that improving access to clean energy reduces poverty by increasing education and improving public health. World Bank says that solar-powered off-grid solutions are crucial to connecting the poorest and hardest to reach. That means digital inclusion, which brings the education and economic benefits of the internet to even the remotest parts of the world, must be powered by clean energy. Our friends at .uz are doing exactly that with the IT Village project. Instead of having mountain kids travel to the city, the IT Village brings the internet to the mountains in the Samarkand region of Uzbekistan, teaching school children media literacy and coding, providing youth essential skills to thrive in cyberspace. What is more exciting is that the IT Village is powered by solar energy. Digital transformation and sustainable energy comes hand in hand. Perhaps that is why Japan is #1 in digital economy, according to the EII data. To learn more, go to ecointernet.asia. Do more, waste less.
Yeah, so part of the narrative is also that digital inclusion actually comes with sustainability, and that's an important message that we want to send out based on the findings that we've seen. And just to note, we are also taking this report. In fact, we've been passing the report around, so do take one back home from you. But also, we're bringing this message to other forums as well. Recently, we participated at the Net Mundial +10 and the WSIS +20 forum. Every time we also try to bring this topic and this narrative on one side, the balance between both the good and the bad that the internet would bring, as well as that the digital inclusion and sustainability really comes hand in hand. So that's the Eco-Internet Index.
Okay, thank you very much, Admin, for sharing with us, like how is Eco-Internet Index like, and what is it actually contributing towards a more, a more resilient and also sustainable and also inclusive internet. And actually, this Eco-Internet Index, like. For Way Forward, it's that to have more case study to actually echo with the research itself, to have more to tracking on what could be the follow-up action and maybe the policy intervention or project. So today I'm very honored to have Tochi-san to share about case study from Japan on what kind of sustainability projects in Japan and how does it like current happenings in Japan as well. So your time now, Tochi-san.
Thank you very much. So first of all, thank you for coming, having me here. Very appreciate this time to talk about the Japanese situation. But I'm so sorry, I didn't know about that. I heard the Japan is the #1 and the another one that #2. I just know here now. I didn't know that. So, but. So my slide, the page 1, this is the Japanese government's activity that promotes reducing impact consumption. So they have some council for the ecological guideline in the ICT sector. So these activities, I think that it is more than 10 years. But I'm sorry, I don't know how it is useful for the numbers. But maybe almost every month they do something. So this is the Japanese governmental activities. And the second one is, so this is not good for the case for the ecological internet, but I try to explain the situation in Japan. So the network of internet topology in Japan is very complicated because of the lease line company and subscribers company you cannot do the ISP in Japan, so very complicated. But so I'm not sure why these things happened. That's the reason. But now it is like this. So So in Japan, almost 70 or 80% data exchange is in Tokyo. So even in Okinawa, from Tokyo to Okinawa is 1,600 kilometers, but they exchange their data in Tokyo. So the data is flying for more than 3,000 kilometers. Even in Hokkaido, Hokkaido is the same thing. They have 800 kilometers, so they are going to Tokyo back to Hokkaido. It takes 1,600 kilometers. It's a very inefficient network in Japan. So, by the way, two years ago, I've been to Colombia, Cali. It's a third city in Colombia. It's not so big. The population is less than 3 million people. The area is not so big, but they have a Tier 4 data center for the local government and for local use. So as you know, the Tier 4, that they have double fiber lines and double electric powers, and also other vulnerability facilities that they have in that area. And also, the electricity must come from renewable sources to a certain amount. I can't remember the number, but maybe 30% or 40% should be from the renewable sources. But so, comparing with Japan, we never think about it. But so, ideal network should be like this, I think. So the distributed IX already in Osaka and Kyushu and some other places already have some IX, but most of them exchange the data in Tokyo, as I mentioned. So efficient network should be like this, and structure. This structure should be will reduce the carbon dioxide emissions, I think. So this is should be more located in the rural areas. So now, just the beginning stage, but we are talking about with the Japanese government about these things. Not only for the eco, but so for other things. And so then, if this can be allowed, so in Okinawa's smartphone can exchange their data in Okinawa, and also they can do it in Hokkaido area. So they have no more inefficient network they don't use. So from now, I'm talking about animals. This is not very far from the. This is very far from the digital world. So as you know, the global climate changes. We have so many suffering from about that. One of the biggest thing, I think, the bleaching the corals. So this is Okinawa remote island, Kumejima. Already this summer, as you know, the temperature of the ocean water is coming more than higher 30 degrees. So like these photos, the coral leaves coming white. But as you know, the coral can immobilize the carbon dioxide. Probably, I believe that the most efficient way to reduce the carbon dioxide in the world, and also so to protect coral and from other natural resources. So now we are talking about the turtle. So the white turtle, as the Edmund did do so many years, like the ajitora. Tora means in Japanese it's a tiger. So the turtle, I think that I never met the child who disliked the turtle or tortoise. So it's a very symbolic animal, maybe for the children. So that's because to raising the awareness of their climate change or other things. And this is in Kumejima, so now we find them everywhere, every time around the Kume Island. So one with the right side, how big you can find, because the thunder on the top of the turtle. And but so many turtles coming into their beach. So this photo is not Kumejima, but other places. But seaglasses almost died because they eat almost all of them. Because then after that, so the small fishes cannot live anymore. Then now the Fishers Union try to raising up the seagrass bed now. And also they can, as you know, the plants can do the photosynthesis. Then they make carbon dioxide into the oxide. So it's they have some effect of the reduced carbon dioxide too. And also, in most of Okinawa Island, they have sugarcane field. So many places, but as you can see, when the rain comes down from the sky, they push the red soil into the sea. So then the koala, as you know, the animal, so that they will going to die. So I would like to prevent them. So if we can sugarcane into the rice field, we will be able to prevent the lead clay flowing down into the sea. So like this, as you know, the photo left side into a rice field like this, then we can get rice from the field without red soil going out to the sea. So almost like these things happen in Japan Ocean surrounding, especially the Okinawa Island. But fortunately, last week we have a typhoon in Okinawa Island. The ocean is cooling down, so the fishermen said they are revived now. Sorry, I skipped my slide. So they have some websites and Facebook, and they are talking about how they inform the people who never care about Kume Island. But if we don't have internet, we will have no idea about what happened in that area. But the SNS or any other internet material can get on the people to know what happened in the remote island in Japan. So that's it. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Toji-san, for sharing about your sustainability projects in Japan, and also like many very vivid pictures, and also actual example about the fieldwork itself. So since this is a very short showcase session, I would like to open the floor. If you have any comments or questions, feel free to come into the front. We have 2 microphones that you could share your opinion or your question. So the floor is open now. Yes, please. Please also address yourself and.
Okay. My name is Jae-young Lee. I'm from South Korea. Thank you for your speech. 2 years ago, I participated in the APrIGF 2022. I heard a similar speech about eco-internet by Data Asia. I don't know if it's great, but at that time I heard that the Taiwanese government and tech and platform companies agreed to turn security and storage into the cloud. So I heard that if we keep a lot of emails or conduct security on-premise, it emits a lot of carbon. So I wonder if the Japanese government also discussing security and government activities about the cloud with other tech companies. So yeah.
Quickly answers. So this is a series. We that was 2 years ago. That was our first presentation, and actually last year at the IGF, the full study. Because when you heard of it, we did a pilot study on 6 jurisdictions, and last year we launched the full report with 15 jurisdictions, and we hope to continue to report it every year and how things develop. But on the Japan side.
So I don't know about it in detail, but so Japanese government recommend to use the eco equipments. So they have some certification for the equipments, so routers, other devices for the internet. So they certification, and then if they use that equipment, they give a eco ICT mark, something like that. Yeah.
Thank you. Feel free. Yes, please come.
Sound check. All right. This is. I thank you. Thank you so much for giving me time to speak in front of you, dear panelists. This is Gilbert from Philippines, and I'm an educator from Metro Manila. And I was actually enlightened by your discussion regarding the Eco Internet Index, and then at the same time, how Japan is the #1 in terms of mitigating the carbon emissions. All right, so my questions are, what are the limitations of measuring the Eco Internet Index? And then the second question would be, for those who are not open for the technology, like they don't want to use technology because they think the technology is one of the greatest contributor for the waste in general. So how did you convince your people, especially in Japan, on utilizing green technologies that you have right there? That's all. Thank you.
I'll go first. There are lots of limitations. This is a model, so don't look at it as an absolute, Japan is 0.5 points higher than Taiwan. I mean, that's not the idea. The idea, right now, it looks at 3 particular axes, right? The economy axis looks at how the digital transformation of the digital economy versus the more carbon-heavy GDP. And then the energy axis looks at the energy grid, basically, that powers the internet in a particular country or jurisdiction. And then the third aspect is efficiency of the network itself. In fact, it touches on a little bit of what Tashi-san mentioned in terms of the efficiency at the internet exchanges. In fact, we do use the internet exchange data as part of the index. So this is just one way of calculating it. We're starting the conversation. I'm sure there are other calculations that maybe Philippines will be ranked higher, but we don't. But the point is to raise the awareness and then to speak on the 2 key issues. One is that the internet, just because the internet itself has carbon footprint, that doesn't mean building out the internet is a problem, because it actually transforms even more carbon-heavy problems. The other part is that when you expand, especially into remote areas, bringing renewable energy, bringing sustainable energy to power the internet is what's policy-wise should be the thing. So those are the narratives that we are trying to promote. On the
briefly, so I think that, you admired, but I think that we need more disruptive change. We need, because we should be more sensitive about this environmental consciousness. So we need to more effort, I think. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. Have a great day ahead.
Thank you very much. It's approaching to the end, so like the wait for it as well. It's we hope to for those who have more questions, feel free to keep in touch with us. And for those who haven't got a report, please come forward to we have some very few remainings, and you can always find us on our website, and also continue to having this discussion as we will be continue with our research and potentially expanding our research scope as well. And of course, thank you first for our panelists for sharing the case study and also the research. And last but not least, thank you very much for your active participation, both in person and also online participants. We hope you enjoy the rest of the APrIGF 2024. Thank you.
Hello. Welcome to the fireside chat of the health data governance in the AI booming age. And hello everyone, I'm Kwan from Taiwan Association for Human Rights, and we are a nonprofit organization in Taiwan. And today we have invited the chairperson, Yu Ying Tu, and he's also the professor from the Tamcom University of Public Administration Department, and Wang Boyao, professor from the Academia Sinica, the Institute of Information Science. And now we're talking about the the secondary use of health data and what does it mean? It is to use this kind of sensitive data and outside the original purpose that these data was collected before. And the situation happens in Taiwan for more than a decade, that many patients, they do not give the consent and doesn't have the opt-out rights to get engaged and get control of their own data about how to use this kind of data. So in TAR, we are advocating for that. The government need to establish the data governance about the health data to decide how this data is going to be used and how the data subjects can control about this kind of data. And I would like to share an information that in this year, the Ministry of Health and Welfare from the government has announced that Taiwan will collaborate with Google on developing and deploying an artificial intelligence model in assessing the risk of diabetes in Taiwan. But we have to clearly remind that till now there has not established the regulations about how these data are going to be stored and how these data are going to be used, shared, and how the data subjects can fully exercise their rights to engage the whole program. So this is what we have to put in mind about. So first, I will welcome Professor Tu to share about the background of this health data usage in Taiwan.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the people who organized this forum and give me the chance to addressing the importance of health data governance and the ongoing journey in Taiwan. And this is the outline I'm going to talk about this afternoon. First of all, I want to give you a short description of the background and what is the issue and why there is an issue in the health data governance in the blooming age of AI. And second, I want to talk about the decision made by the Constitutional Court in Taiwan on 2022. And the third, as I said, the story is ongoing. The Ministry of Health and Welfare has proposed a draft which is called the Statute of Health and Welfare Data Management, and has been sent to the Legislative Yuan in Taiwan early this year. And I want to talk about shortly about the legality of this statute. And then last of all, I want to make a very short conclusion. And the background is that what is the inspiration of the blooming age of AI on the health data? I would say it's the precision medicine. In order to achieve this goal, we have to make use of many kind of health data. So we may say that health data would be everything in pursuing the goal of precision medicine. Therefore, the data collection, processing, and using would be very important. The governance should balance the interests between medical interest and informational autonomy. And the key theme of the health data governance would be like this. I would say any collection, processing, or use of health data should not go beyond the original purpose of its collection. And concretely speaking, how to achieve this goal, we have to design how to collect the health data. And in order to get the health data, there are basically two ways to do. First of all, we get the consent from the data subject. Of course, the consent should be free and should be prior and should be informed. However, it would be impractical sometimes to get the consent from the data subject. It is very time-consuming, it is very labor-consuming, and sometimes the data subject will feel burdensome to give all the consent before the user to use their data. So we are we are thinking about how to design an institution to bypass the consent from the data subject. And is it viable or is it practicable? That would be the issue. And in the Personal Data Protection Act of Taiwan, there has been already some exemptions to get the prior and the free consent from the data subject, which is just like just as I said, ways to bypass the consent for collecting, processing, or using health data. There are 5 exemptions. The first exemption is where it is expressly required by law. And the second exemption reads like where it is within the necessary scope for a government agency to perform its statutory duties or for a non-government agency to fulfill its statutory obligation. And the third exemption is where the personal data has been manifestly made public by the data subject or publicized legally. And the fourth exemption, which is the most important exemption, I thought, reads like where it is necessary for statistics gathering or academic research by a government agency or an academic institution for the purpose of healthcare, public health, or crime prevention, provided that such data as processed by the data provider or as disclosed by the data collector may not lead to the identification of a specific data subject. And the last exemption is whether it is necessary to assist a government agency in performing its statutory duties or a non-government agency in fulfilling its statutory obligations. So this is basically the background of the legal environment in Taiwan. And my organization, Taiwan Association for Human Rights, have launched a legal suit. I've brought a legal suit to the Administrative High Court in Taiwan for more than 12 years ago. And we fight against the constitutionality of the National Health Insurance Data Bank. And the Constitutional Court made a decision on August 2022 and on several issues of the constitutionality of the data bank I've mentioned. And there are 3 key themes I summarized as following. First of all, the grand justices say that the main subjects, purposes, requirements, scope, methods, and the relevant organizational and procedural supervision and protection mechanisms are not clearly provided in the National Health Insurance Act or other relevant laws. And second, the grand justices mentioned that the National Health Insurance Administration of the Ministry of Health and Welfare in providing personal health insurance data to government agencies or academic research institutions for uses beyond the original purpose of collection lacks relevant provisions allowing individuals to request the cessation of such use. And third, there is a lack of an independent supervisory mechanism for personal data protection, resulting in insufficient protection of individuals' right to information privacy. If you want me to summarize the main themes that the Grand Justices talked about in the decision, I would say the right to informational autonomy is very important to the justices. They thought the right to informational autonomy should be the foundation to organize the application of health data institution. And just as I said, the story is ongoing. The Constitutional Court gave 3 years for the legislature and the Ministry of Health and Welfare to do some legislation to amend their regulations to respond the Constitutional Court decision. Therefore, the Ministry of Health and Welfare drafted a statute which is called the Statute of Health and Welfare Data Management, SHWDM, this early year. And I would like to go over what the ministry have proposed so far. First of all, the ministry gave a basic structure on the legislative level. In the draft, the ministry say that for purposes other than the original intent and for management, the competent authority may instruct the respective agencies to anonymize the data before transmit it to the competent authority. And then the second the second theme of the draft is the design of the cessation of data use. And first of all, there will be an article to ask the competent authorities to disclose the following matters. First of all, the data subject has the right to request that all or part of their health and welfare data not be used for the purposes other than the original intent. And then there will be also an article which is the data subject may complete an application form and request the cessation of the use of their health and welfare data for purposes other than the original intent. And then third, there will be also an articles about the establishment of an advisory panel. The competent authority should establish an advisory panel with the following tasks. The advisory panel should handle disputes regarding the use of health and welfare data for purposes other than original intended. And also, the advisory panel should handle disputes regarding the requests of cessation, etc. And there will be also an article regarding the duty of the advisory panel. And the advisory panel should consist of several members appointed or assigned by competent authorities. And the number of expert and scholar members should not be less than half of the total number of members. Is the are the articles in the preceding preceding draft fully respond the what the Constitutional Court have mentioned? I would say the answer will be regretfully not. First of all, I think there is still very controversial. There is still a controversy about the legislative intent, because Article 1 of the draft said that to protect the information privacy rights of the people, regulate the secondary use of management of health and welfare data, etc. It seems like that the secondary use of health data would be principle, not the exception. However, if the minimalization of secondary use of health and welfare data should be the most important thing regarding the data governance, the legislative intent clause should not say so. And second, I say there is lack of clear and manageable definitions of data anonymization. The PDPA in Taiwan said that if the data user would like to do the secondary use of health data or any kind of the data, personal data, they may do so as long as they anonymize the data before they take use of it. The draft I've mentioned above basically do the same thing, but there is still no clear and manageable definitions about what the data anonymization is. And then second, I would say the design of the cessation is still questionable. And first of all, just like I've mentioned, the principle and exception relationship needs to be clarified. Which is the principle, which is the exception? Is the secondary use of health data the principle, or it should be the exception? And second, I would say there is still an unclear standard for the denial of cessation. If you want to cess the data use, you have to make an application to the competent authorities. And the competent authorities would do its adjudication by reviewing the request you've made. However, there is no clear standard at all to describe why and how and when the request would be denied. And the third, I would say there is a ritualized independent data protection institution. Although the advisory panel is asked by the legislation to have more than half of the members be the professionals or experts, people from outside of the health and the welfare department. However, those experts or professionals are still assigned by the ministry. So there is no independence at all, no meaningful independence at all. And then there is still an uncertain relationship between the advisory panel and the PDPA. Some of you may know that there will be an independent agency established by the Taiwan government later, which is called PDPA, Personal Data Protection Agency. The agency will be independent. However, what is the relationship between the PDPA and the advisory panel established within the Ministry of Health and Welfare. There is no clear clue for we to make a further evaluation. And this is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll welcome Boyao Professor to quickly sharing that how technical person that think that technology can help us to fulfill and exercise the right to information autonomy to really protect privacy. You can just.
Okay. Okay. So. In the interest of time, I'll just be very quick about this. And so I would like to just 2 points mentioned by Professor Tu in his talk. So firstly, in Taiwan, our government seems to believe that there's a perfect way to anonymize our health data. Okay? And unfortunately, scientifically, this is not true at all. So over the years, research basically says that if you want to remove your personal information, then you need to pay the price of lower your utility. Okay, basically this is a trade-off. You know, the more private your data is, the more utility, the price your data will be. Otherwise, if there's less information about your data, then there's low utility. So privacy and utility is sort of like trade-off. In all cases, we just need to find the right balance for these two issues, okay? On the one hand is human right, on the other hand is maybe public well-being or even commercial use. And so over the years, we have developed several technologies like anonymity, differential privacy, or even use synthetic data to do this so-called, well, I personally would not use anonymized, or usually say de-identification techniques to reduce the personal information in health data, but currently our government doesn't seem, believe there's a perfect way to fully anonymize your data while preserving utility. That's basically not true at all. And the second point I would like to address is that Professor Tu mentioned about informational autonomy, and he also mentioned about sometimes this consent may be difficult to collect. Okay. I think this statement is probably true 10 years ago, but now, with all this cell phone and all this internet connectivity, I don't actually believe that's the case, right? There's a lot of ways to sign your consent form over internet, even using your mobile apps, right? And even to say, opt out through all this connectivity and all these digital devices. Okay. I think that's probably the next step to protect our privacy, right? To develop this, to use technology to help us to improve the information autonomy of our data so that every person can fully control how their data are used and are aware of how their data is used for what purposes, okay? So I think that's the 2 points I want to stress about this. So technology may help, and I believe actually help in many of the cases to protect our privacy, and also anonymization is probably not, ideal in our government sense. And also, the last point I want to say is that in terms of AI age, I think privacy will be a lot of trouble in that age. Basically, all these LLM or all these data AI training, they collect our data just indifferently. Everywhere in the internet, every place, they just all get our data. And with so much information collected by only a handful of companies, we do not know how all this data can be linked, okay? So even though individually all this information, public information, could not trace to myself, but say Google or Facebook, through my wife, my children's post, they may have much clearer profile of myself, even though I don't have any Facebook account. I think that's a problem for AI age to face, and we actually, unfortunately, as a computer scientist, I still don't know how to do that. Okay, basically, all information on the internet just get wild, and there's no way to trace how my data is collected or be analyzed by which company. And even if I know, say Facebook used my data to train his model, and it's very difficult to ask Facebook just to remove only my personal data from his model. Technologically, I don't think that's possible to move one piece of personal information from, say, an LLM model. And I don't think technically we can solve that problem, at least for the moment. So I guess that's probably all I want to say about. And
yeah, we still have 4 minutes for discussing questions from audience. So if anyone want to raise any questions or sharing feedbacks, please come to the microphone.
Thank you. My name is Hashim. I'm a journalist and PhD student in Global Health and Health Security in Taipei Medical University. I have a question regarding the retention of data. When we collect the data, usually we have regulation or intention. How long can we keep and manage the data for maybe specific purpose or general purpose? Do you know how the Taiwan manage the data retention in medical issue?
Maybe when we discuss about national health insurance data in Taiwan, because it still does not have a clear regulation about this, so there is no retention time of this data. So we can see that in several previous years ago, there is an incident that the government released a bunch of people who already dead. They released these data. They want to share this data to industrial use, but that many legislators and NGOs think that there should be a regulations to regulate this kind of data, because that the government say that these people have already died, so that they are not natural person anymore, so this is not personal data. But what from legislators and from NGOs, what we are thinking about is that this data is health data, and it is sensitive and have some linkage to their families. So there should be more protection and regulation of how these data are being stored, retained, and used. Because there are many research that is related to something like ethical, like some groups of people. So in the sphere of health data, it is not just one person's single things. It is that different kind of people link some sharing elements to each other. So have to have very clear regulation about this kind of data.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lokendra. So my question is very simple. So just want to understand the legal landscape properly. So you do have a personal data protection law, right? That's enacted and that's in force. But there's no specific law that deals with health data specifically. There's nothing right now.
There is no Data Governance Act in Taiwan. And in previous, the Professor Tu is sharing about that the Taiwanese government released a draft about how to manage and use the health and social welfare data. But what we think is that these laws have need to have further discussed and revised, because sometimes they just put the up rights to the ceiling of data protection rights. They do not talk about consent anymore, because they think that all the purpose are for public interest. But in the draft that the government released this year, the draft says that all the purpose should only be used on the public interest. But they allowed public interest to generate commercial benefits. And we think that if data usage is discussing about commercial benefits, it should discuss much more on how to exercise the consent, but not to just skip the consent and jump to opt-out. And we do not see that for example, how to exercise this kind of opt-out inside. And recently that there is an officer publicly saying that they will restrict some kind of people's opt-out rights. For example, like people with rare disease. But it is not in the draft. It is just saying by some government that say they will further put some statute or something that restricts some kinds of people's opt-out rights. But we don't think it is a good practice for protection privacy.
Hi, I'm Archit. Very quickly, I just wanted to ask, is there any best practices you have come across for defining purposes or like purpose limitation within health data? Because currently I'm working on a similar field and I'm struggling to be able to define each purpose uniquely to gather consent of users. At the same time, in terms of secondary use data that you spoke about, is there any best practices or policy documents that you refer to while working on the case, for example, and generally?
The original purpose of the health data in Taiwan, as the example I've raised, should be limited to the purpose to do the national health insurance project. This is the original intent and should be limited within that intent. However, with the secondary use we talked today is that the government would provide the health data they've collected and give them to the industries to make use them to maybe to invent new drugs or to invent new medical techniques, etc. And that to me is over or move beyond the original purpose or the original intent to collect such kind of data.
Boya wants to share your opinions. Oh, so sorry, and we will stop here and maybe we'll discuss later.
This session has now concluded. The next session in this room will commence in 2 minutes.
Hello. Hi, Asma. Are you able to hear me?
Hi, yes, I can.
That's fantastic. Great to have you here. Okay, I can see you here as well. I hope you can see the room.
I can see, but I think there is a room number 402. There is no picture otherwise. It's gendered information. Topic is written, yeah.
Okay, but I can hear you and I can see you quite well. The room can see you. So thank you so much. We'll start, I think, in about 5 minutes, yeah?
Great.
All right. Hi, Mia. Are you online as well? Are you able to hear me?
Hi, Bobby. This is Cho. I don't see Mia anymore.
She's not, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mia, are you able to hear me? Can you message her?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, fantastic. Yes, I can hear you as well. Hang on. I'm just going to check if we can see you too.
Is this okay?
Yes, perfect. All right, fantastic. Thank you so much.
Of course.
All right. Yeah. Come on, chat. We start whenever you're
Okay, some of us are feeling a little bit sleepy, right? And feeling like you need to move your body, right? Okay, go stand up, everyone. Come on. Go. We just need to stretch. It's not going to take you long because you've been a whole day sitting down, thinking, all of that. You need a new energy. Okay, here's the thing. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing, but... whatever you're doing, I'll follow you.
Shake.
Oh, there you go.
Shake.
Yeah, go, Mom. Stretch your body a little bit. Right? All of you that. Okay, let's see. Take the other one, other leg. And then just touch your toes.
For those who can. For those who can. It's a Zumba class, guys. You sign. That's the APC special. When you come to our sessions, you get a little bit of that as well. Well, thank you all so much for coming. Lisa and Prarthana, can I invite you both onto the stage, please? And if you feel comfortable, I ask all of you to come a little bit in front so we have like a cozier room for our session. Yes, thank you so much, chat. Hi, everyone. Welcome to this session. Yes, perfect. Thank you so much. Welcome to our session, which is going to be on gender disinformation. My name is Pavitra. I'm with the Association for Progressive Communications. We have with us an extremely fantastic panel here. Starting, of course, with Lisa Garcia, who's the Executive Director of Foundation for Media Alternatives in the Philippines. We have with us Prarthana Mitra, who's the Knowledge and Communications Manager at Point of View in India. And joining us online, we have Asma Shirazi, who is a journalist and a news anchor at Hum News Pakistan. And we have with us Mia Moreng Larsen from the Office of Denmark's Tech Ambassador, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Denmark. Thank you so much to Lisa, to Prarthana, to Asma and Mia for joining us for this session. As I said, the objective of this session is for us to talk a little bit and to understand better gender disinformation. Now I'm going to ask all of you your experience with and what you think really of this term gender disinformation. But just to give you a little bit of background, APC has been working on disinformation for a number of years. And we realized that there was a lot of disinformation, particularly targeting certain communities and certain groups on the basis of their identity. Right? That went far beyond what we understood as misinformation or disinformation that was based on easily verifiable fact. Right? These were kinds of disinformation that were not easily verifiable. And we realized they really were targeting communities on the basis of their identity. And one of the identities, of course, that was being targeted was gender. And so we really have started making an effort, along with our partners like FMA and Point of View, to better understand this phenomenon. And what I hope we will learn through this session is really a little bit about what it is, the forms that this gender disinformation takes and how it manifests on the internet, who its intended targets are, and really what the impact of technology has been on disinformation and identity-based disinformation like gender disinformation, and especially how emerging technologies that we see now more prevalent in the online space, how it's actually being used in these campaigns, and what the challenges are if they are allowed to be used in the future without any restriction or regulation. And finally, we'll also try and have a little bit of a conversation about what measures can and need to be undertaken, both at the policy level and at the community level, and to look at the kind of conversations that are happening currently at the global level. All right, with that, I'd like to come to you, to the audience first, because I want to hear from all of you. When you hear the words gender disinformation, what comes to mind? Is this a term that you're familiar with? Could you perhaps share with us an example? It'd be great to hear from one or two of you on what you think. And even if you haven't, what does the term bring to mind? Yeah?
There's a lot of levels to it, and so, sorry, my name is Anjum, I'm from Internet New Zealand, but I've also been involved in the Christchurch Call, and they've done some work there on terrorist and violent extremist content based around gender, and one of the things we're finding, for example, is that women themselves are participating in extremist groups and spreading out, and so you think of things like, at a lower level, the trad wives stuff, which it is disinformation because the influencers and so on who are doing that actually have a lot of money and are not actually living that kind of lifestyle and so on. So then that gets you into the whole Andrew Tate and Sal space. But when we're talking about gender as well, there's so much around transgender and transphobia. I think that's, like right now, they are the it community to be harassed. In New Zealand, at least prior to the Christchurch mosque attacks, we were the it community, so we knew what that felt like. And obviously, Muslim women being more visible, we bore the brunt of the disinformation, right? Of second-class citizens, blah, blah, blah. And the people that would be saying that this is what we are would treat us like shit, right? And so it's like, why are you complaining about us being second-class citizens when this is how you're treating us, third-class citizens? Yeah, so those are just a couple
Fantastic.
of
No, thank you so much, Anjum. And thank you also for highlighting, I think, an intersection we haven't really studied much, which is at the intersection of extremist content, right? We do look at hate speech, but what you're saying goes beyond that, and I think is a fantastic example. Anyone else, before we turn to our panel, who'd like to share? Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Chanatip from Thailand. In Thailand, we've seen most instances where activists, particularly women and LGBTI people, face gender disinformation when mostly state actors try to fabricate false information to smear their reputations or to discredit them, to silence them and discourage them from carrying out their activism. And usually such disinformation would leverage from existing gender bias or the existing homophobic or transphobic sentiments within the society. Some examples may include things like cyber trolls run by the state spreading news about some gay activists that they only wanted to start their activism and go to prison to find a male partner because it's easier to find a partner. They're leveraging from this kind of like very clear homophobic bias. And there are people who kind of like buy in and believe such disinformation as well because there would be also resources from the state to kind of like back up and amplify that kind of disinformation and spread it further.
Thank you so much. And thanks to both of you for really, I think, helping us set a platform for this conversation, because I think that gives us a very good idea of the scale and the scope of gender disinformation and how it can impact people and communities. And so with that, I'm going to come to you, Lisa, because I know this is something that FMA has been studying, particularly in the context of the Philippines, and especially in the context of the recent elections that happened. But before we get to that, could I ask you to tell us a little bit about your own understanding of how we can define gender disinformation, and also whether you see gender disinformation as a concept that is actually linked to the broader umbrella of online gender-based violence and gendered hate speech.
Thanks, Pavi. Yeah, okay. If you look at the term gender disinformation, we're looking at two terms actually. So there's this information, which has links to our freedom of expression, and then the term gender. We know that misinformation, disinformation, there's been a lot of discussions about this. It has been defined several times. It's deliberate. The kind of manipulation is deliberate, and it is also coordinated in order to silence either a person or a group of individuals. But when you put in the issue of gender, then it's targeting, women and people with diverse identities, gender diverse people. And the thing is that if you will link it to technology facilitated gender-based violence, there is harm also here. We're looking, it's not just about you being able to, you being targeted with this information, but it has within it, it can harm the individual, depending actually on the type of disinformation that is being thrown at you. And the harm can be reputational, because you're being, there might be some, negative perception being said about you. One's credibility is at stake here, and at the same time, other rights like right to participate, right to express yourself. Sometimes those who are being targeted, they silence themselves. There's self-censorship because they don't want the issue to further escalate. So yeah, I think we have to highlight the harm that it causes women.
Yeah, thanks, Lisa. And can I ask you actually in the context of the Philippines, because I know that we have studied, that you developed this case study, particularly looking at the disinformation campaign that was targeted at one of the women politicians who ran for election. And can you tell us a little bit about that campaign and really what you saw as the motivations and perhaps any efforts to counter it? Were they successful?
Okay. Of course, when we talk about usually gender disinformation, usually, and unfortunately, we only were able to look into high-profile cases. So usually these are cases of politicians, journalists, especially those who are more vocal, critical of the establishment or of certain issues. So in 2022, I know there are a lot of Filipinos here. Of course, we had our presidential elections, and there was only one woman candidate, the then Vice President Robredo, as against 9 other male candidates. So people were manipulating her statements, whether it's online or offline. So it works both ways. They would manipulate her statements, and then they would be shared from one platform to another. And it wasn't just it wasn't just her being targeted. It was also her daughters as well. For instance, there was a video, sex video of one of her daughters, alleged sex video of one of her daughters, because it was fake, no? Which spread on social media. So people were saying, oh, you know, if you have a daughter like that, then what kind of a mother are you? How can you make a good president? So those things. So and people would believe that. And there are also those who are the opposition, perhaps. And there are many. They would start spreading these messages because they want other people to believe that this is really the case, that she can't make a good president because she's like this. It's better to have other candidates, male candidates, to become president rather than this kind of woman whose morality you can question because of, you know, what's being spread on social media.
Yeah, thanks so much, Lisa. And I think, Pratna, I want to come to you next because, as Lisa said, it is often, I think, women and other gender minorities who are high profile, either because they're political actors, they're journalists, they're activists, and of course, they are often the target of very coordinated disinformation campaigns. And they have a large range of impact, right? But as we know, and as we're studying this phenomenon, we realize that it is not just people who have a public face who can actually be the targets of such campaigns. And I know that POV works with stakeholders who really are quite impacted by this as well. So could you tell us a little bit about how other communities are impacted by gender disinformation? And could you also tell us a little bit about this idea of emerging technologies, right? Especially when these communities are not very aware of them, how they can be used or weaponized really in these gender disinformation campaigns.
Thanks, Pavitra. So in India, the communities that we work with, we are seeing a whole spectrum of gender disinformation, which starts at the rumor mill level in rural and peri-urban areas, which is used and constantly weaponized. So rumors at a very local level about local women, local communities, used to sort of limit their mobility, their agency, their autonomies. And then we come to a lot of financial disinformation, because we work with a lot of sex workers and domestic workers, which is circulated online in the form of, say, false advertising about jobs, about consumer information. Our work with the Tech Sakhi helpline, which is a digital security helpline, also has a disproportionate impact on women and gender minorities. Then there's a whole lot of health or medical-based disinformation, which, you know, a recent case we have seen recently is that of Iman Khalif, the Olympian Iman Khalif, and we saw a lot of misinformation about her body. So a lot of misinformation and disinformation about transgender bodies, about women's bodies, about gender diverse bodies, about the which has real implications on sexual and reproductive health, right? And then, as Lisa pointed out, of course, we have very well coordinated national level smear campaigns, or sometimes even from people situated outside the country, against, you know, which is almost certain if you are a woman or a queer activist, a journalist, a politician, or anyone with a little bit of influence and having an anti-establishment voice, like Lisa pointed out. And then again, it also comes under and has a lot of overlap with gendered hate speech and gender-based, tech-facilitated gender-based violence. So the point I was trying to make is that all these forms of disinformation affect gender and sexual minorities, right? In more ways than one, even though the approach to tackling them might not be the same. So for instance, false information about health or employment opportunities has socioeconomic implications, has to be dealt with a different way with community solutions. Women and LGBTQ folks are targeted routinely with disinformation about their character, name calling and slut shaming public office holders or labeling them as untrustworthy, which has had a lot of effect, which is used to distract, discredit their work. And it often leads to a lot of self-censorship, right, which we are seeing a lot. It has a chilling effect on their work, on their online participation, and their participation in democratic processes. There is also a lot of internalized guilt and trauma, and I'd really recommend reading Rana Ayub's first-person account of her experience, of what she had to endure when there was a smear campaign against her in 2018. Because, you know, you need that, you need to read it, to be able to accord this form of violence the same importance and same severity as physical violence, which is, I think, the first step that we are working towards this point of view as well. And then, of course, there is the fear of putting yourself and your loved ones at risk of actual physical violence, which we have also seen against journalists in our country, right? So this could stem from very simple stereotypes or disinformation about your gender, your caste, your profession. Very recently, actually, we saw a spate of violence against transgender women based on WhatsApp-fueled rumors about kidnapping, which is very akin to those from the West, to the OK groomer narratives we see around, you know, homosexual people a lot. And we also see a lot of natal family violence. So again, bringing back the point of how it spills into offline harm. A lot of natal family violence or intimate partner violence for individuals who have been falsely outed, or on community WhatsApp groups, which have become very weaponized in our country, right? And I'm sure in a lot of countries in the region. Or in rural contexts. And I want to cite a very specific example where it's being done by adding a romantic context to a harmless photograph of a man and a woman by just inserting, say, a heart emoji between them. And there's a reason I mentioned this seemingly harmless example, because to re-emphasize how we must include regular internet users in the conversation around gender disinformation as well, so that, you know, they also care because they have a stake in it as well. And personally, for me, I'm also very interested in observing the use of digital objects like memes, humor, and the role they play in fostering disinformation. Speaking of a constituency that we work very closely with, sex workers who routinely have to negotiate and navigate stereotypes and disinformation about them. For example, during COVID, disinformation around them spiked because they were being labeled as super spreaders, which had economic implications for them. So, you know, it's like a whole mill, a rumor mill that works very coordinated, in a very coordinated way against very regular internet users as well. I want to take one more minute to talk about emerging technologies, because this ties in with the point I was making about sex work. So today, the internet, particularly unregulated social media platforms, have become a very free space, right, for sex workers to practice and reclaim the space. But it has also become a space where there's a lot of AI-generated content that sexualizes somebody's image, without their consent, further problematizing the demand for regulation. So how do you sort of tread both sort of spaces? And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what I wanted to sort of say, and I look forward to folks in the room who are working with the communities that we work with for strategies for community-based solutions to please take the mic and share so that we can sort of learn together. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prarthana. Especially, I think, for highlighting the fact that a lot of this really is perhaps conversations that many of us might fall into without realizing that we're often engaging in disinformation ourselves, right? Especially when it happens at the community level. And it is really just reiteration of stereotypes of bias and not necessarily things that can be easily fact-checked. I do want to go next to Asma. Asma, I hope you can hear us. And I know you must be listening to both Lisa and Prarthana and thinking that none of this is new to you. Because in your position as a journalist in Pakistan, you have, of course, been the target of such disinformation campaigns yourself. But more importantly, you have been actually able to seek remedies in court against such campaigns. So it would be really great to hear from you about your experiences, how it really impacted you and the work that you've been doing, and also just a little bit about your campaign to counter this, as well as what we could do perhaps then at the community level as Prarthana raised going forward.
Thank you so much, Pavitra. Can you hear me all?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you so much for inviting me on this prestigious platform, and so many people are here listening to us, and I'm going to share my experiences. And this is the platform where I'm happy to share my experiences, actually, which are very bitter. In recent few years, you know, we have experienced a lot of things, and we passed through, me, myself, my family, my kids, you know, and everyone related to me. Actually, it's not only me, but my family also. So, I think it's a global phenomena. I've spoken to my friends in India. I've spoken to my friends in Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, even in Western and European countries. Women are very soft target, gender, and they are being targeted since long. But it's very more often right now. It's a very regular practice to target them as a woman. And when we come to Pakistan, you know, it's a very different society. It's a closed-door society, and you know, it's a conservative society. It's a more to practice Islam and, you know, traditions which are values and traditions which are being followed not here in Pakistan but India also and Bangladesh also. But we are facing so many pressures, you know. It's a very complex society that we face pressures from mafias, from on sectarian basis, on gender basis, on anti-establishment narrative, you know, and on for democracy, because we have faced martial laws also. So it's a long thing. I'm cutting it too short because you have many people to speak and question and answer session also. But you know, we are facing propaganda and agendas also, and we have more power centers. Before a few years ago, we had one power center, which was establishment and Pakistan's military establishment, and now the center is changed. There are parallel powers. There is a political pressure by PTI, which they are ruling on social media, you know, led by Imran Khan, and in few years the dynamics of our politics is totally changed. So now there are two power centers. One is more powerful centers. One is establishment, and the other one is Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, which is, the most popular party also. But you know, it's unfortunate that I started my journalism from in Jannah Musharraf's era in 2000, 2002. I started working with Geo TV network, and my first program was banned in 2006 from the parliament, and on the basis of this, that I was promoting political and pro-parliamentary system in Pakistan. So that was the reason I was banned from inside the parliament. And you know, then otherwise I was banned in various things. In 2007, when emergency was imposed by Jannah Musharraf, I was banned by Jannah Musharraf with my 4 other male colleagues. I was the only one who was banned during that time. And that was the time we were facing pressures from agencies. They were used to follow us and, threat us. And, they were used to call us directly or indirectly, sending messages and other things. And then, the time came when the terrorism was there in Pakistan and there was a wave. So TTP was in action and we faced threats. And I faced personally threats from TTP when they literally occupied Swat and other areas of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. And there were threats on phone and, by letters they dispatched in DI Khan that I cannot go over there and, all these things. And then, the era comes where, we faced problems from the establishment again, which was a constant threat during this time because we were challenging them about their political role in parliamentary system or in political system. So I think that was the main reason that we were identified as, traitors and other things. And then, it's very easy in Pakistan to target someone and, call them traitor or the pro-India or, raw agent and, agents of various agencies, international agencies. And I unfortunately faced all these things in previous years. Let me come to 2018, where we, faced a different scenario of Pakistan's politics. It was PTI's government and it was about to be in power, but the stage, the platform was prepared for them to take power. And in 2018, I was covering former Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif when he was coming back from England, and I went to London to interview him, and that interview was the first banned interview in previous hybrid regime. And it was like after that, I faced so much on social media, and it was a different kind of harassment and campaign and organized campaign launched by the establishment and a political party unitedly organized campaign to and they targeted me. And it was known to me, I mean, that was discussed for so many times that she should be an example that nobody can come up. And that is just because of my gender, that it was a very easy and soft target when I was not backed by some political party, I was not backed by some group, I was not backed by establishment. So it was very easy to target. And then, it was there was a continuation of campaigns, organized campaigns to discredit me on various platforms and on social media. And then on everyday basis, there was a campaign, and I can't tell you because I enjoyed and I'm enjoying my credibility, but if the campaigns are being run against you and you are being labeled as deep pockets and trends like arrest anti-Pakistan terrorists, it was like me and Hamid Mir both were target for and thousands of tweets were made, and it was top trend for 7 days on Twitter. So that was the era. And then 2019, there was a physical harassment also. They unknown individuals broke into my house twice. Once I wasn't here in Pakistan, and once I was here, and my kids were also at home, and they were scared, like they were terrorized rather. And then hybrid regime of Imran Khan, which was a fascist regime, and it was called a predator of democracy, predator of freedom of speech. There was a special media cells organized by the establishment and the ruling party, and they were running campaigns against those journalists who were pro-democracy and those who were hinting and pointing out that the setup is not a democratic setup, or they are not working properly, they are not elected as such. But even then, that was continued, and I was covering, I was working at Arch News at that time, and there is a lot which we faced during that time. Even there was in 2021, I was targeted on the basis of my article, which was written in BBC, and that was like about the economy of Pakistan and, you know, role of Prime Minister and other things, and on the appointment of DGISI, then DGISI. And, you know, it was like, again, I was targeted, and this was not stopped even then, and not even now even. That was on the top of the, that was top trended for 7-8 days, and every talk show was based on my column, and, you know, it was discussed, though there was a favor, in my favor, there was trends also, but, you know, it was sponsored by the state and government of then government, and, you know, it was like they made it, as I pointed out, something wrong about the First Lady, which was Imran Khan's wife, which was not true, and they termed it, and the religion card was also played against me at that time. Then there was attack on Asatur. Asatur is another media person, and he's a journalist. He was attacked. I made a speech, and Hamid Mir, both of us, we made a speech in front of Press Club. Then afterwards, we were booked in a sedition case against Pakistan, because we made speeches for the for freedom of speech and, you know, hurdles by the establishment. We faced that also, and I'm really glad that people were standing by us, and they supported us. And then there was a national security meeting in Parliament, and both journalists were showed as traitors of Pakistan. So we were labeled at that time also. That was continued, and all these things were sponsored, and organized campaigns were run on national media also, and it was like by the government, and the advisor of Imran Khan held a press conference against me after that column, and then, you know, he was used to tweet, and the whole cabinet members were used to combine in the effort to malign me, or to, you know, harass me, or label me as a discredited journalist. And, you know, then that was played by the TV also. One TV channel, they ran a campaign against me, and I went to the court. First, the PEMRA, the authority which is related to electronic media, they showed my picture for 24 hours, and it was attributed to the Supreme Court, which I never said in the my name was not discussed even Supreme Court, but they attributed to me. And then, you know, that campaign was ran for 24 hours. That was the whole media authority was nominated by and represented by PTI members. So they did not listen to me after 9 months, which was like in a few days that has to be decided. It took 9 months, and they dismissed my case on the basis that this is not the platform to complain against the TV channel. So I went to the High Court. High Court gave the decision within 6 months, but that was not complied by the channel. Then I went to the Supreme Court, and it took two years for that case. And, you know, that case was like ran for 2 years, and afterwards it was an out-of-court settlement, but ended up with an apology, which was for the first time in Pakistan. Some TV channel made an apology on TV, and they said that they did not mean to malign me, they did not mean to discredit me. So that was a little bit of opportunity for people like me who are struggling for freedom of speech and other things. But, you know, it's not stopped. And in a society where, you know, you lie in every in area where you can be in danger on your sect basis, on your gender basis, on your political thinking basis, because you believe in constitution, you believe in freedom of speech, you believe in human rights, you believe in equal rights, the rights of women, you know. So we have to face all these things in everything, you know. And I unfortunately lie into every part of this, red areas in Pakistan or society like Pakistan. So
thanks,
was,
Asma.
yeah.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, Asma. I will definitely come back to you, but I did want to actually sort of take a couple of things you said. And first, I want to say thank you so much, really, for sharing your story and your experience. And I'm sorry it's been such a difficult journey for you. And a couple of things that really stood out to me was one is really that this sort of discrediting of you and really these kind of disinformation campaigns often lay the groundwork for far more violent and dangerous campaigns that include, like you said, physical harassment, that include legal harassment. And so I think talking about disinformation, that it cannot also be looked at in isolation, right? Because as you said, it is often extremely coordinated. It is done by people who are very powerful. And they use it as one of the many tools in their arsenal to really allow public opinion to back what else they want to do. And I think that's why it needs to be taken very seriously. And as you said, also, the process of going to court is not easy. It really, and I think this is in the context of all our countries, it's really not easy to seek justice for issues like this. And perhaps this is where I can come to you, Mia, because I think one of the things that we really do need to consider is also how we can regulate this phenomenon and whether we should regulate this phenomenon of gender disinformation. And I think all of us are also quite wary about advocating for the regulation of speech in any way because of the histories in our own countries. And we know that it does carry some amount of risk that there may be overly restrictive or criminal regulations when we speak about regulations related to disinformation. But I do want to ask you if you could tell us a little bit about the global conversations that are happening around gender disinformation, particularly at the policy level. And is there any current policy at the global level that addresses it that perhaps governments in the region could look to?
Yes, absolutely. And thank you so much, first of all, for having me. I hope you're having a wonderful IGF. And thank you so much to Asma and all the speakers for sharing your testimonies. It's always very, I think, moving to hear some of these things you have to go through to, fight for your basic rights, and then meeting these types of campaigns. I'm very pleased to be talking about what it is that we're doing at sort of like the global level with policy. And then after that, I'm going to talk a little bit about these, as you said, like finding the balances, because there are sort of this, typically the paradox or this like sort of false dichotomy between freedom of expression and then safety on the other side. First of all, I just wanted to say, I wanted to highlight something that we did with regards to the first Summit of Democracy that the US put out in 2021. So Denmark and the US got together to establish this global partnership for gender-based online harassment and abuse. And I think that was really a reflection of the fact that we need more global cooperation. We need more understanding of how technology is used against women and girls, how it's not benefiting, their specific situations. So we established that partnership, and the aim was to really bring partners together across governments, civil society, companies, and we have a lot of international organizations now. I think in all we are 14 countries, and then we are served by an advisory group of 30 different civil society organizations, industry, and again, international organizations such as UN Women and UNFPA. And so that partnership really has like 3 streams, and one of them is figuring out how we close the gender digital divide by promoting online safety. Because when we're talking about, access to the internet, there's a lot of gender stereotypes that are also often something that gets in the way of women actually being able to use their voice online, besides from, disinformation and harassment. And secondly, it was about promoting meaningful participation in public life for women and girls. by countering technology-facilitated gender-based violence and gender disinformation. And then lastly, it's about elevating youth voices, expertise, and experience in preventing and addressing technology-facilitated gender-based violence and promoting online safety. There's gone a lot of work into having multi-stakeholder workshops, producing more research, really acknowledging that we need to better understand exactly how women are targeted. Because I think we all know the numbers, right? We know the numbers of, half of young women and girls globally have experienced online abuse. 3 in 4 women journalists have experienced some form of online violence. Women and girls are 27 times more likely to be harassed online than men. We know some of these numbers, but I think we need to understand better what are the dynamics, who are the actors, and then what can we actually do, both from a government and regulation perspective, and then what can the platforms actually do to address some of these harms. And that kind of leads me to talk a little bit about how we can also use some of these multi-stakeholder partnerships at the UN level, for example. So the Global Partnerships works with other multi-stakeholder partnerships, such as the Freedom Online Coalition. I'm glad to hear there was a colleague from New Zealand present there. We also work with the Christchurch Call, because a lot of these different types of harmful content intersects, or at least in the way that we address them. We'll have to think about that, holistically, so to speak. So we work together with some of these other organizations to, advance the policy that we think is more beneficial, at the Commission on the Status for Women. I think it was at the CSW 67, where there was a specific digital focus. So those conclusions and that outcome actually produced some pretty strong recommendations for governments to improve equal access and participation and protection in digital spaces for women and girls. There's a whole list of them, and I won't go through all of them now, but that's a really good place to start if you want to look at what are recommendations that governments can take in order to address the challenges that women and girls are facing online. Then I want to talk a little bit about what you asked in terms of finding the right balance. So countering harassment and abuse, so improve on the safety of online spaces, does not need to compromise freedom of expression. But I think when we look at it that way, we're going to have a pretty hard discussion, because both of those are really important. And I think the way that we probably should look at it, or the way that we look at it, is that improving safety also helps to improve freedom of expression. Because of everything that you just said, the chilling effect, the self-censoring, all of these consequences that we know that the lack of safety for women and girls have a direct effect on freedom of expression as well. So those two things really go hand in hand. Something that Denmark has done is really elevate overall this idea of information integrity. And information integrity, including both disinformation, also gender disinformation, but also a lot of the issues related to safety online and trust online in general. Something that we've done through we call it tech diplomacy. So I work as a tech advisor for the ambassador in Silicon Valley, is really engage with the people within the platforms that are working on trust and safety, to really understand what are the different and the difficult trade-offs that you are facing when you're working with, what type of information do we need to let up? What type of information do we need to take down? What are the policies? How do we scale that? I think you know more than anyone how difficult scaling context and scaling languages, especially when you don't have the resources to actually support those very different languages, are. But that is something that we're doing from the government side, is engaging with the companies and engaging with the people that are actually working on the policies to understand better how does information travel online, how is it being consumed, because it is extremely difficult, I think, to strike that balance when it comes to freedom of expression and when it comes to harm. So that's one thing we're doing. Lastly, I just wanted to mention, I talked a little bit about it, the Freedom Online Coalition, which is a coalition that consists of 40 governments now, all working to improve internet freedom. We have a lot of focus on digital inclusion, including, countering harassment against women and girls. Together with the Netherlands and Wikimedia, Denmark is leading a task force on information integrity. And we are developing this blueprint for how we can envision sort of a more pro-social and positive vision for the information ecosystem. And that includes actually agency for users and user empowerment. It's about inclusion, which is also about multilingualism, improving that, and then it's about trust. And I would say that a lot of these things really do relate to the topic of gender disinformation and improving safety for women and girls online, where we know there is something specifically that we need to be doing. So I hope that gave sort of just like a little bit of an overview of what we are trying to do globally, and where one could start by looking to in order to understand how can we regulate and how can we address these really, really serious challenges without compromising, the human rights that we want to stand up for. But I think that, working for online safety really is also a question about working for democracy online, working for human rights, advancing freedom of expression. But it is a challenge, and it's been really, I think, interesting for me personally to engage with these trust and safety people within the companies to understand what are actually the trade-offs when you are trying to scale an AI tool that is meant to, detect harassment against women and girls, and taking into account different languages, taking into account different contexts. But I think that's where we really need to see more multi-stakeholder work and more involvement of the people on the ground and of the local civil society organization that has all of this information. And we need to figure out how companies can be better at actually getting all of that information into the decision-making that they're taking when they're designing the platforms and when they're designing the policies. So I think I'll stop there, but I'm happy to take any more questions.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mia, for sharing the work that you do. And I think really for emphasizing that obviously this requires a holistic approach. There's no, I think, silver bullet to this problem. And really the need to bring women and girls into the conversation to recognize that actually disinformation is a freedom of expression issue. And so it isn't really a question of one versus the other, of dealing with one and as a result compromising with the other. And I think particularly on the question of platforms, and perhaps that's something that Lisa and Prarthana would like to add to as well, and their own efforts in engaging with these platforms and the complexities of doing that, and of, as you said, finding really the practical solutions that work within the context in which they operate. I don't know if there's anything that you want to add at the moment, Lisa or Prarthana, before we open up the floor for questions or comments. Okay, yeah, sure, all right. Any questions, any thoughts? Yeah, please, if you could use the mics that are placed on either side, that would be great.
Hi, so my question is, it's important, as we've understood from this session, it's really important to bring women and girls and gender diverse people into these kinds of fields to make sure that there is less disinformation spread. How can we make sure that women, girls, and gender diverse people are not dissuaded from joining this field of work because of the different violence that they're experiencing or would likely experience by going in? Because we need more people, but we need to find a way to make sure they're persuaded to come in despite the violence that they might experience.
Thank you. Can we actually perhaps take a couple of questions and then I'll throw it open to all the panelists for their response.
Thank you for the wonderful panel. It was like really interesting. And I think what I want to point out is some more subtle ways where this gender disinformation happens that is not apparent at the moment until we look back. To give an example of how it happened in Nepal is, I don't know if everyone is aware, but at the end of November 2023, our government, through an executive order, banned TikTok. But if we look back from like February or March of 2023, there were like scattered articles on some online portals, some mainstream media about how TikTok has been used for sex work. And it could be seen as isolated incidents or isolated articles, sometimes some conversations on social media. But once we look at it as a pattern, there was like a clear involvement of government cyber armies that exist, double quote, as well as subtle media plays about how TikTok is disrupting our social harmony, how it is a breeding place for sex work, how it is
how it is harming our women and girls who are addicted to it. And that culminated into a TikTok ban. And those articles were used like, see, this has been happening for such a long time. And also, it's like, same is happening with like queerphobic narratives, where there's like subtle narratives on grounds of nationalism or religion, and they don't seem like a targeted campaign or like a campaign as a whole, but there is a clear trend of how those messages are going forward, as well as what accounts are putting those messages forward on social media, which media platforms or online forums are pushing such messages forward. So I think my question is, how do we see them before it is too late, before the message catches on to the mainstream? Because these are not the kind of things that blip our fact-checking radars, because they are not outright lies, they're put as opinions. And there's also, like, I think not just in Nepal, but in a lot of countries now, there's like cyber armies run by different political parties, political actors, even the government. And so I think my question is, I don't know how to frame it succinctly, but how do we keep track of the narratives that are being built? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. In relation to keeping track, thank you so much for everyone who shared the trends and their very unfortunate violent experiences, and also their proposed suggestions to this. But since IGF is reporting to the United Nations, I would also like to share that for 2024 Asia-Pacific Sustainable Development Progress Report this year, SDG 5, which is gender equality, and which tackles discrimination and violence against women and girls, and that also includes technology for women and girls. Actually, for this year, we have insufficient indicator on if there is really progress in that part, and as we are discussing about gender disinformation, and that's also include gender data and information that we forward to our mechanisms, for example, United Nations. How can we challenge this? What is the role of IGF in this type of process? And then what is the solutions in terms of governance through this space? And I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so three fantastic questions, really. Just to recap, how do we encourage women and gender diverse people to be a part of this conversation, which I think is extremely important in order to find those solutions. The second one really around how do we keep track of all of the craziness we see online, and many of which we know is much better resourced than we can ever imagine, and that we could have the resource then to actually look at. And of course, then how do we advocate for better data so that we have better information to form. Can I go to you, Prarthana, first, and then to Lisa, Asma, and Mia?
I can respond to the second question. That was a great question. Those were some very good examples and fit squarely into what Pavitra was saying about disinformation being a freedom of expression issue. We have seen a similar case with the marriage equality bill and the hearing, where a lot of disinformation, coordinated disinformation attempts were being made to discredit those who were fighting for it. And if you know about it, it got rejected, right? It was not passed. And we fear that that campaign had some influence on the verdict. So I think it is important to also include and not think about regular sort of like legislative mechanisms to bring about change all the time. Clearly not platforms, because that's not working, not exactly in the way we'd hope for it to. So I think it's important, that's why, to work with communities and to advocate for this at forums like these, forums like the UN, because it is important to build that pressure as a regional front as well as a global community of, a data community. But what has worked for us, and we are currently developing a project to build resources on ground so that you can sort of, as a user, as an end user, not get into the entire vicious cycle of also being an agent of spreading disinformation if you come across it, but to sort of build resilience against it, to detect it, not just through fact-checking, but also understanding what confirmation bias means, for example, And also learning how to respond as a community. So what power do you, say for example, as a school teacher, as a queer influencer, have in your own immediate circles to combat disinformation about your communities that you come online? So I think that's my 2 cents on this.
Okay, so on the issue of how women and girls are not dissuaded to, to come out, and share their stories. Of course, it's difficult to come out and share your story because that can be traumatic as well, a re-traumatization. But I think that if there's enough support for the woman or girl who has experienced it, then perhaps they can be dissuaded to come out and share their own stories, because as it is, we are the ones sharing their stories. It is not our stories. It would be great if they would be the ones sharing that, because they know it better. We're just like mediators. We're just sharing the stories that they have. Now on keeping track of the narratives, it's difficult. At FMA, we've been, for instance, mapping cases of online gender-based violence, and it's difficult to track of it because we can only track some stories but not all, and it's not complete because we're getting it from secondary sources already. Of course, sometimes we do get individuals would come to us and share their stories to us. So we also need resources and tools to track down these stories, and then afterwards, but once you have all this data with you, the information, then what do you do with it? So what we do at FMA, for instance, is we do an analysis of the cases that we have monitored. We come up with like an infographic on that, summarize it, and it is being shared in our website, and we also share them with legislators so that they would have an idea of what is happening also on the ground based on the studies of NGOs like that.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Asma, if I can also ask you to share your thoughts on this question about how do we get women, young girls, other gender minorities to come forward to tell their stories the way that you have, and really to want to be a part of finding the solutions to this issue of gender disinformation.
Thank you, Pavitra. Actually, this issue is related to our community, our society, because I know many girls in Pakistan who were practicing journalism, but after these online harassment, they stopped doing this, and that is a big thing. And I think that is the way to block their approach, their thinking process, and their passion for journalism and active journalism. And I think what we can do, I don't agree with the regulation, which is meant and acts as blocked since last few months in Pakistan, and it's the ban is not the solution, but the defamation and libel laws are very important. Defamation laws, strong laws, with the consent of the stakeholders like journalists or senior bodies, that should be there. And online harassment, there should be specific legislation on that is already there, but PICA laws are there, which were not, the draconian laws that was introduced in Pakistan, and I challenged them also, and I did not use that law for my sake. I wanted to, I could, but I did not. So then there is some legislation also now. It's a good legislation, but it's not practicable, and our courts are not active. And overall, if we can see the platforms which are very, that matter a lot, like RSF, whenever I face challenge or women in Pakistan, they face any threat from anybody, anywhere, or journalists, RSF responds very quickly, and that matters for Pakistan, you know. Then other bodies like IFJ and Global IFJ, all these bodies are very effective. As long as the coalition is concerned, coalition for women is not that much active in Pakistan that it should be, because this is, you know, the situation in Pakistan. We are on the 152nd country, as you see the recent data, freedom of, as long as the freedom of expression is concerned. So I think more active women participation should be there. Stories to highlight how to fight, how to struggle, and you know, then platforms are very important. International platforms that can pin down, that can create some, you know, pressure on governments and on organizations, on establishments to take some measures for the active participation of women or even journalists in all these countries, and particularly in Pakistan.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Asma. We're almost at the end of this session, but I do want to come to you, Mia, particularly if you could share your thoughts on the final question, really around how can we use processes like this, like the IGF, and perhaps even other global processes that you're familiar with, to ensure that we're able to ask questions and perhaps in many ways get the necessary information from our governments or from other sources that would help us build a much more evidence-based understanding of this problem and how to counter it.
Yes, thank you so much. I know we're at time and I'm seeing like red numbers, I think telling me that we are almost finished. I think I just want to reiterate what everyone has said in terms of really getting the local knowledge from, you know, communities that are affected, whether it's women and girls or other vulnerable communities, and how important it is to get that to the forefront, especially as we're negotiating, you know, big documents at the UN, so that they can actually reflect the needs and aspirations of the people that the technologies should serve. And I think we know that there is a lot more that we can do in terms of, for that. I know that you had a discussion earlier today on the Global Digital Compact, and when we are actually having these global conversations, how do we make sure that the survivors, that victims are at the forefront? And I want to just go back to the global partnership and just to say that was really an important part of establishing that coalition, was to make sure that the people that were represented at the advisory board were victims and survivors, and try and see if we can create, you know, a safe space for them to participate. Because I hear what, you know, the first question in terms of, you know, women and girls feeling that they are safe enough to participate, and not, you know, shying away, silencing themselves once again, because they know that it's a risk and it's a threat for them to be there and to participate. So I think I just want to underscore how important that is. And I think we have more to do in terms of, you know, the multi-stakeholder way that we collaborate, the multi-stakeholder way that we govern, being better at ensuring that civil society has access to these conversations, and not just the established bigger civil society organization, but also the local ones, and the affected communities, that they should be part of that conversation as well. And I think we have more to do, sort of in these times as we're discussing what multi-stakeholderism is and what should it look like. So there are principles there that we can follow, but I think there's more that we can do to be better at that.
Thank you so much, Mia. And as you pointed out, the red numbers are flashing at us. And so that does bring us to the end of this session. But I do want to end by saying that perhaps one way we could use forums like this is to speak about these issues. And perhaps that will make it easier for others to speak about it as well in the future. And that would allow for stronger conversations on this going forward. But for now, I really want to once again thank this panel for being here and for sharing your time and your expertise with us, and to thank all of you for listening as well. I do want to say one thing. For people who are interested in this conversation around gender and how it is included in policy, especially in global policy conversations. We do have with us some copies of the Global Information Society Watch that APC has published, which includes some of this. So if you're interested, please pick up a copy from Red or Chat. Thank you.
Today's session in this room has concluded. Thank you for your participation. This shuttle to tonight's social networking event will be available shortly after 5 p.m. Please proceed to the first floor and follow instructions to board the shuttle bus. The last shuttle bus will depart at 6:20. Thank you.